today, whatever, you know, you hear these same arguments, like no one's actually suggesting that we ban guns, but the pro-gun people will say, oh, well, if we're going to ban guns, why don't we ban cars and knives? Like that somehow...
Okay with me to ban cars and knives. But
I was just thinking, like, cause they're like, you know, they all serve, like, how do guns serve a necessary?
Too loud.
It's like, how do guns serve a necessary purpose? Like, obviously, knives, I mean, every kitchen.
You already lost the argument. We have to be turn your mic down.
Yeah, sorry, my mic's fucked up.
Yeah, so it's a lost cause. Just give up this stupid gun argument. It's over. You lost.
Yeah, it's over for the foreseeable future. Look, Gary, if you're not going to run this room right and ban these people, my God.
Yeah. I mean, really.
I lost my train of thought, whatever.
Yeah, well, it's not much of a thought to have in here. It's just a waste of time. Human beings suck. You come from space. How many people actually give birth to these? This fucking dickless wonder actually has a mother. It's white. You know, that's all they can do is come up with that. They gave birth to a fucking retard on the internet. They should be sued. Should sue people. Really, I mean, it really would shake people up maybe if these little assholes that get arrested and then you sue their parents for damages. Fuck you, Scabby, who'll die of cancer immediately.
I think it would be pretty cool if people had a right to sue their parents for giving birth to them if they didn't like it.
Yeah, well, that too, but I think it'd be better if you held parents responsible for their crimes of their spawn. So if their spawn murders, their spawn shoots up a bunch of sorority girls, but, yeah, they gotta pay the freight for it. I mean, there's some value to the old tradition of holding a house responsible for the people of the house. You know, so if you're, you know, the Japanese still got that kind of shit, you know what I mean? You know, their kids fuck up, they have to go carry themselves and shit. And there's a certain right to that, and a certain appropriateness for taking responsibility for the blight you impose on society. Everybody wants an out, you know, they're always looking for their mortgage deduction and their cheats and their special interest, whatever graft that they can pull out of the system, and nobody wants to take responsibility for anything. Well, Fish, it's really not the end of the story because, you know, somebody's got to do something about it. Somebody's got to put on their Mr. Clean suit and go out and clean. You know, like the professional. Somebody's going to have to learn how to be really good at cleaning. Oh, fuck.
Hey, Gary, do you think that this manic guy belongs in a straitjacket?
Whatever. It belongs on another planet, you know. Don, of course. bed guy. I don't know what bed guy's like. Anyway, where was I? Some kind of subject.
Gary, you remember that guy you...
Oops. Oh, gosh. What was that accident? Danny, it gets complicated. I don't think Zoom's gonna last too long.
It's my money.
I just want to say I wish I had a video recorder from desktop because this is a pretty good show.
Yeah, it pretty much sucks, but man, you lost weight, guy. You lost some weight. Oh, but guy's looking good.
Gary, what do you think of Robert Mugabe?
I don't really give a fucking rat's ass. Probably some despot who, is just milking at the people for his own graft and his own advantage. Didn't have an original idea in his life, blah, blah, blah.
Do you think... I wonder, can there be a real black leader in an African country without European influence?
How can there be a real black leader in an American country? Apparently not. I mean, Obama's the biggest lying piece of scum that ever fucking got elected president.
I'm not talking about America. I'm talking...
I don't care what you're talking about, obviously. God, fuck off. I mean, somebody else would do a room where all the lunatics could go talk about African politics. Fun, 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 fun. Anyway, where was I?
Or was it you were sucking dick for a living, you
Blah,
cock?
blah, 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 blah. Gee, you're really too brilliant also. Why don't you show your true colors? Ha 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 ha. People are just so stupid. So, anyway, I probably should just do like a Skype room or something, some other environment where you just, well, I guess I could just make this invitation only or something. Maybe I should do that in the future or something, just try to find people to have a conversation with, just quit doing this, whatever it is that people do, where you show up and you have your thing up and you never say anything all night. Which is, I guess it makes the room look like there's more people in it, but I just say, what's the fucking point of having people in the room who aren't participating? It doesn't make any sense. And if the rest of the world is going to gripe and complain, isn't going to have the balls to show up here ever, well, what's the point? I mean, got a Vander guy who just wants to talk about goddamn silly, stupid politics crap. Damn.
I do wish Abba would hang around though. He makes these little brief appearances that he's gone.
Yeah, well, that's the Abba style. You don't want him to break too many traditions. But he's looking rather healthy anyway. That's good. I think the internet was bad for Abba. Well, the internet that had me in it was bad for him. Yeah, something like that.
Did you ever fix your pond, Gary?
Ever fix my who?
Your pond, the pond by your house.
What? You think I was just gonna magically, what? I'm just gonna wave my hands over and go, it's fixed. Did I ever? Yeah, no, I didn't ever.
Oh, it's a nice little pond. It'd be cool if you had some of those goldfish in it.
Yeah, but then you gotta filter the water, everything goes all green, and you gotta take care of it and all that shit. And, you know, way too much work for a couple of goldfish.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, I used to have a fish tank and stuff, and I did like it, but yeah, I just missed, you know, it's too much work just getting myself to breathe every day. I just can't put any more burdens on myself. Feeding the cat, this and that, all that shit sucks it all out of me.
I had a red cocoon rod on my aquarium. It's the only fish that can have one. Just slip around his wrists. I have to commit suicide.
Oh, it's easy to get rid of garbage that way.
Oh yeah, it was great.
Every single big movement in my life.
That's what the snapping drills for here.
Extremely suicidal.
So some of those snapping turtles are pretty vicious, man. They will not tolerate your shit.
Toxic.
Well, that's the way they always are, yep. They're pretty intolerant. But I like that about them. They're, you know, not hypocrites.
Why would anyone want to live like that?
Yeah, it's true.
Impose life on someone if they were going to go
But yeah, fish were just good for me. I like to watch fish swim for whatever dumb reason. Instead of shooting fancy fish, and just watch them fly around in the tank and chase the bubbles.
It's almost debilitating.
It soothes my brain for whatever reason.
I feel debilitated when I have to go somewhere. If I want
It is
to do
kind of
something
irritating to
important,
kind
I
of
feel
watch
like I
them
have to be
go through
suicidal.
your little setup there.
If I want to feel good about myself, I feel like I have to give up everything.
Yeah, and the whole way they socialize and different things, you know. Like I said, if they're pretty, you know, they got a little big scale or something.
Position.
It's entertaining.
It's too sad.
I used to raise my own fish, so you'd be
It's
like,
too sad.
I made that fish. You know, so it was like, oh yeah, look, that's a cool fish. I made that cool fish.
Have you ever eaten any of these fucking...
They're just little fish. You know, not like I was end eating them, but yeah, I don't think it was worth it.
After feeling so
You know, it might have
alcoholic,
choice. You know what I mean? You know, I'm not even like raw fish.
How big was your
it was
aquarium?
just too sad to.
I think I was always, you know, I mean, I had 10-gallon tanks when I was a kid, but you know, I graduated to 20-gallon tanks. I think the biggest I had was a 35-gallon tank, which is pretty big.
Yeah, I always wanted to buy one of those 50-gallon tanks and have like whole fish paradise.
Yeah, I wanted to do that with a bar. You know, I wanted to open a bar, put a giant fish tank where the mirror usually is, you know. Thought that would be really cool.
No, that'd be an awesome idea, dude. I have the same idea. I want to buy a
Too
church
sad
and
about the situation.
and do that.
Finally, where I feel satisfied about.
Yeah, well, churches are, you have to put pool tables in or something, right? You got a lot of room.
Oh yeah, the acoustics would be great in a church bar too. It'd be awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, it's probably a little too high ceiling though, maybe for a bar. You kind of want that closed-in kind of, you don't want a basement kind of feel, you know. I mean, for me anyway, I like a bar that feels a little tight, closed in.
Too much for one person.
Yeah, I'd like to install them and take the churches and Soviet Union and make them into movie theaters and stuff. And give them back to the people.
Yeah, well, I didn't see him do any of that personally, but yeah, it sounds like a reasonable idea. Put an in-ground pool in or something. Be a nice pool.
Yeah, and then they all gather to watch propaganda.
Yeah, well, it's better than what
They
they're
all get
watching
fucking
now.
propaganda that religion is the opiate of the fucking masses. Exactly.
And how to be a good human and plant a good garden and you know, yeah, I don't, whatever. I mean, when you think about those old days and you see some of that old propaganda beats the hell out of fucking Steinberg or whatever the fuck
I
we're
agree.
watching now.
I mean, it was very simplistic, though, but at the same time, it was somewhat genuine.
Yeah. I mean, good instructions on how to get your watch out of the cow's ass or something. Whoops, you lost your watch in the cow's ass. Well, this is how you get it out. Tell a really funny joke and the cow will laugh and then fart it out. Yeah. Works every time.
Yeah, I'm not arguing with Evander that fucking Stalin was this great guy, but when it comes to the atheism thing, the guy was dead on with that. He was right on.
Well, whatever. I don't want to get into these arguments, but I mean, as a fucking quotable fucker, Stalin was pretty quotable. He obviously had some kind of plan, which assholes now have no plan. So yeah, compared to Obama and Bush and Clinton, yeah, give me a Stalin.
Even with the gulags too, you still take Stalin?
Yeah, right. The gulags are fine. That's right. Even with the gulags. You know what? I'm sick of capitalists. I'm sick of rich fucks. I'm sick of assholes who don't want to play along, okay? So if you don't want to play along by the simple fucking rules, then yeah, go to the gulag, fuckhead.
And I'd love for a lot of people on Congress right now to be in the fucking gulags. They need to be in the gulags.
I'm just saying, you can take. Oh, anyway. Fuck 'em. Anyway. I'm just saying our society has reached such a pinnacle of failure. The whole Western capitalist crapola, this whole, work 8 hours a day for enough money to buy a fucking chocolate-covered donut kind of world we live in. That, there's no point in even talking about Hitler to me anymore. There's no point in talking about any believable man that's any worse than the fucking shit we're living in now. This is a fucking idiocracy, a shitocracy, a fuckocracy. It's suckocracy. This sucks.
Well, it's like you were talking about last week with the non-profit worker-owned companies. It would require. We need a.
Wrong again. Wrong. You can't even get it right. Right? Worker-owned companies? No, I'm not for workers being owners. I'm not for fucking owners.
No owners, but they had to be launched by somebody with money.
Yeah, I know. Well, you just said it wrong, though, didn't you? Yes, you did. You just said it completely wrong. What's the fucking point? Anti-natalists all want to commit suicide. And Gary's for worker-owned businesses. No, he's not.
No, you're anti-owner, period.
Well, I know, but you just said it, didn't you, you fuckhead? Worker-owned, didn't you just say that?
Oh, I'm sorry. I clarified.
I know. Well, I was just pointing out that there's no point you going on one of your spiels on a false premise. I'm not going to let you get away with saying worker-owned when I think that's exactly the problem, is owners. Workers suck if you turn them into owners.
Yeah, we need a benevolent dictator.
No, we don't need any of that shit. All we need is reasonable people who want a fair game. And people don't want a fair game. But yeah, I guess in a way, the only way you can have it is if somebody benevolent has to take over and somebody has to say, look, we're going to play by rules and we're going to play a fair game. And if you don't like it, gulag, fuckhead.
That's one frustrating thing about the internet, is you would think with all the knowledge available at your fingertips that we'd start to agree more on things, you know, that we'd kind of have like a shared political vision for the future. But it seems like it's actually fractured people into, you know, 1,000 different splinter groups where they all have their own
Nobody's accountable for what they say. Nobody has to make the argument. No, there's no fight to the death, so to speak. Nobody's reputation, nobody's anything is on the line. So yeah, without that, you're not going to have the decisive kind of, you know, like this actually means something kind of mechanism. And yeah, so people are just going to keep arguing the same crap. I mean, it's fucking 50 years later, and people are just spouting the same rhetoric they were saying 50 fucking years ago. I mean, they can't even get the two-slit experiment right. It's been around for 100 fucking years, and they can't even describe that thing accurately.
Yeah, I got to spend a little bit more time trying to understand physics, because I don't even understand the two-slit, and I've tried to read about it a little bit, but it's frustrating listening to you guys talk physics, and I try to keep up, but it's hard.
Yeah, well, it's getting clearer and clearer to me, which is, you know, but yeah, I mean, it is daunting, the rhetoric, the terminology they use, you know, all this cosine, beta, data, glative, blah, 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 crapola, so you don't know what the fuck they're talking about, and you find it, oh yeah, okay, they're talking about frequency, okay, they're talking about a wavelength here, okay, I get that, you know, and that kind of bullshit. But yeah, I mean, it's all so, you know, but yeah, it's getting really, you know, it's getting fucking, it's getting obvious that these people are just full of shit. I mean, these are smart people, but man, I just, you know, they're making obvious mistakes. I mean, they talk about shit and they don't even, you know, it's like it occurred to me today, like they're not even describing reflection properly, and that light doesn't, very little light actually reflects. Glare is a reflection, a pure reflection. All the rest of light is not a reflection, it's absorption and re-emission. And so they're not even saying it right about what goes on when fucking photons interact with matter. Anyway, I don't want to get too, you know, people hate that subject, but anyway. I do find it, that's the only thing that's stimulating lately for me is the subject of physics.
When you talk about glare, are you talking about when it's bouncing off like a window or something, that type of glare, or a glare that would just occur when you look into the sky?
Well, obviously, if you're looking into the sky, I mean, that's glare also in terms of the diffusion that takes place in the atmosphere. So some of that is glare off of molecules. But I'm just saying that glare, yeah, traditionally, what's meant by glare is you're seeing the sun reflected in something directly. So glare is white light because it's sunlight. It's not converted light. So what I'm saying is that when sunlight hits something, when you see color, you're not seeing the sunlight anymore. You're seeing the light after it's been basically absorbed by the object, and the color has been re-emitted in a new color. The light has been re-emitted. Anyway, it doesn't, it's a small point. I'm just meaning that there's so many elements to this thing that are, somebody's got to put it all together. And like I said, there's nobody around. There's no Einsteins around trying to do that. But I mean, even like I said, they just, just to have experiments that nobody seems to want to attempt to duplicate and figure out how it works. I mean, the fact that, it's like I said, if a magician showed up today for the first time, we never heard of a magician, and he started producing doves out of his hands, these people are basically just saying, well, he said he made the dove, so he made the dove. They're not like even curious to look up the sleeve. It's bizarre that people are this, that scientists are just buying into this crap. Oh well, it sounds reasonable to me. Okay, let's not bother researching that one. It's just, and they say it sounds reasonable when it sounds completely unreasonable. Photons are reading my mind? Come on, that's not reasonable.
So it's almost like the 21st century alchemy, like a pseudoscience, right? I mean, we have like really intelligent people, and they have a good knowledge base, good foundation for what they're talking about, but then they're expanding on it to a point where they're making all sorts of assumptions.
Well, I know, but alchemy was almost illegitimate for the time period. There was no reason not to think when you first discovered atoms that, yeah, maybe you can just convert these atoms into other atoms. So it sort of made some sense intuitively to say, yeah, why can't you just transform the atoms into the next phase of atom? You know what I mean? So that sort of made sense to me. But, like I said, for smart people, not to say, wait a minute, so if I don't aim the gun, then magic happens. If I aim the gun, magic doesn't happen. I mean, that's just too obvious. You're just saying, how can serious people say, I'll accept that answer? I won't do any further inquiry. Sounds reasonable to me. Photons can read my mind. Okay. I mean, that's just nutty. Yeah, it just seems, I don't even know, psychoanalysis is as illegitimate as these psychoanalysis has standardized techniques. There's basic theories behind it. This whole quanta crap is so standard, so modeling and mechanism. It's like they don't want.
Right. You can't use the scientific method to test any of these theories, obviously.
Yeah, and they don't want a model, which is really strange. They just want the math. They don't want to bother modeling the behavior. They want to just have the math. And it's just like, well, why are you afraid of the model? I mean, models are fundamental parts of understanding anything. It's just like I said, it's all so discouraging. It's just discouraging everywhere. Everywhere you look, there's discouraging. Anyway, old fan, I do want to mention, I mean, I didn't post a comment on your video, but I mean, yeah, because somebody else already said it, but I was like, holy shit, she looks like Thunderfoot. It was funny. You ought to do, like, joke Thunderfoot videos. I mean, when I first saw the icon, I was like, it's a Thunderfoot icon, and I said, wait a minute, that's not a Thunderfoot. It's an old fan video. Yeah, I meant to send you back a video reply, just haven't gotten around to it for the usual dumb excuses. But yeah, everything you're doing is great, and it's pretty much all there is, right? What's funny, I did go to some of those old links, and it's funny to just figure out what old websites I should link to, because obviously I have some weirder shit out there. But yeah, the old art sites and stuff, I didn't even know they were still out there. I mean, I thought Fortune Cities crashed years ago. But yeah, I did see the philosophy link didn't work, so I guess that message board went down somewhere. But, you know, it's just kind of funny. I was arguing so much of this shit so long ago. Yeah, well, you did find the two of them. I know I was on Fortune City and that other one, whatever it was called, GeoCities. GeoCities. Did you find that link? That's probably the other one that crashed. I think that one went all the way down.
Are all these quantum physicists are they all hard determinists? That's what I'm wondering, because like I know they're in search of the unified field theory, which would that'd be like kind of replace EMC squared as explaining the whole universe.
I think they're hard determinists in the sense that they know that quantum effects are irrelevant, to like computer function, brain function, and all that kind of stuff. So I mean, the quantum effect it doesn't grow with size. So as you make the object bigger, like quantum affects everything in a sense, but as you make the object bigger, the amount of movement is so slight it doesn't matter. So it's like technically a football could be doing a quantum thing, but all it means is the football vibrated, 2 pixels, every 500 feet, or something. I mean, it's a tiny, tiny bit of change, that is so slight that it doesn't mean anything. So it's creating the same wave pattern, but the wavelength is so narrow and small that you could never resolve the lines. You know what I mean? So it's still making the lines. The lines are so close together that you could never see them. Kind of theory. But I think physicists are basically rational enough to realize that from the perspective of cause and effect, they know that there's nothing random in the system, that there's probably a cause to the effect. They're just claiming that the cause is always non-knowable. It's not that it's indeterminate, it's that it's non-knowable.
Yeah, so they would never be able to use a unified field theory, since that would explain determinism to predict the future, because they can't get it down that subtle where they can see that much detail, right?
Well, I suppose. I don't know. Well, you'd have to interview these physicists, but I would think the only catch to that is quantum irregularity is completely dependent on the uncertainty principle. And you could go a layer deeper than the uncertainty principle in theory. So even though it's a principle, in theory, all you have to do is get behind the cone, so to speak. So if you can predict the cone effect, which is this idea that, when light interacts something, it spreads out into this cone of possibility. So now the photon can be anywhere in a cone, And so the uncertainty principle basically is establishing that every time you try to establish position or momentum, that this cone is now created, and it's regulated. So when you increase your resolution in one aspect, like position, you lose all the momentum information or direction information, and vice versa. But it's always, like no matter what you do, you start opening that cone as soon as you start to know both. But I'm just saying, theoretically, there's no reason to say you couldn't go a step beyond before the cone was created to create a theoretical connection. I mean, there's nothing stopping us. We can't make actual predictions. We can't do actual measurements. But perhaps what we can do is theoretical models. And so we could model before the uncertainty principle, and we could model it into irrelevancy by creating a model that can accurately perform the future before the future happens, and therefore we know the future because we performed it.
What about looking backwards? Do you think we'd be able to create a perfect model of the past, the whole course of history of the universe?
Well, I mean, information isn't destroyed, but I don't think there is any way to it's just that there's too many pieces. There's too many moving parts. So you couldn't do a diorama of the universe. You could do a diorama of one element of the universe, or a tiny portion of the universe. You might be able to know the history of some portion of something, but I just don't think you could ever know all of something because it's too many moving parts. Yeah, there's no multiverse. Jesus, it's so sickening. I mean, they're just making this shit up. It doesn't, it doesn't mean a damn thing. They just say, oh, we need 10. We need a constant of 10 to make this math work. Okay, let's just make up 10 universes. There, solved. I mean, it's just it's a gimmick. South Texas is actually not bad if you're close enough to the coast. I mean, the Gulf of Mexico is kind of nice.
I don't know anything about physics, but I read an article about the multiverse stuff. You know what there's a particle called like an inflaton or something? Do you know about that?
Well, whatever, who cares? I mean, haven't I made it clear? I don't think the theory has any substance. There's no way to disprove it, but it's just talking about the Donald Duck theory of creation. There's just absolutely no point in wasting my time talking about whether Donald Duck created the universe.
Yeah, I'm not trying to argue because I don't know anything about it, but I was just wondering what...
I don't know, you're bringing it up, and I've been pointing out that I hate the subject, and now you're going to say, I'm just wondering, I'm just going to talk about it some more. I don't want to talk about it. It's nonsense. It's a waste of time. Let it go. It's cotton candy. It's fake food. It's gummy bears.
Did you explain all of it on your Dress Science channel? Because I would like to hear about what you had to say in like a video, at least.
I don't care. I know. I'm done with the subject. You want to keep talking about it? Then fuck off. Can I make it any clearer? It has no substance, okay? Prove it or shut up. This is stupid. I mean, people can't even explain this universe, and now they're trying to explain how other universes are manipulating this universe. They're quantum tunneling into the other universe, and blah, 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 blah. It's just such a pile of crap. Obviously, it had nothing to do with how we got here. Why would I make videos about it? Well, I just told you I think it's an obnoxiously stupid subject. Why would I make videos about something I think is silly and stupid? Well, again, why would I refute something that is just convoluted mush? I mean, you go refute it, okay? You go explain how the 4 million jackass, idiotic, convoluted equations, and then go point out why this is a nonsense equation. I'm not going to waste my time doing that. I'm saying it has no theoretical significance. There's no evidence of a multiverse. There's no reason to believe in one. Any equation, you can throw an irrelevant constant into any equation and make the equation still work. I can do 2 plus 2 plus y equals 5. I can always throw some extra element in and say, there, look. It doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, you're saying if you can't test it with a scientific method, then it's just irrelevant. It's just a total non-starter. It's like the Drake equation.
I don't think that makes it irrelevant. I'm not saying that's what makes something. Testing is not a requirement. You don't have to materially test it, but what you have to do is point out logically why such a reality is necessary. You have to point out how it's logically indicated, and there's no logical indication that this complex solution would be the answer to the simple problem. You don't need to create new universes to explain quantum. Piro? I don't think that's Piro, is it? You get spiritual all over the room. Spiritoonies. Spiritoonies. Ew, he's got spiritoonies. Spheroid Mary. They'll call it Spheroid Mary. Ooh, it's Spheroid Mary. Ew.
Yeah, coincidentally, the times that Piro feels most spiritual are the times he's drinking.
Well, whatever. I don't think it's necessarily just drinking. I think he does a little reefer too. But whatever. I think he eats things. Mushrooms and such. But whatever. Yeah, it's just all this la bullshit that doesn't have anything to do with evolution of life on Earth. Just the evolution of ego on Earth.
You don't know my news episode.
Something. I like that song. Something. Yeah. I like it.
So, you don't know any atheists in real life. Dude, I live in Bible Belt, and I'm 6.
Vander guy, you gotta close your mic or no one else is gonna be able to talk much.
Pretty much all my friends are atheists. I'm an atheist. I live in Texas. I know almost 6 in 10 people, all atheists, easily.
Well, I'm just saying that atheist doesn't mean anything because obviously most atheists are deluded fuckwits. They're all Nietzscheites or, fairy followers.
I'll let you know what informed my position. Nothing. I've just never believed in it, ever, from day one. None of it ever made any sense. I was an atheist the minute I popped out.
Well, I'm just saying, everybody starts off an atheist. Yeah, it says 2 buys in the law.
Fair enough.
They explained God, and I said, what? There's a guy in the sky, and he's testing me for some kind of bullshit. What the fuck? What? And the animals don't go to heaven? I mean, what are you talking about?
Just imagine if you were a salesman and you were going to sell somebody a product, but it wasn't, they couldn't see it, smell it, touch it, hear it, or sense it in any way. But hey, it's there, it's worth something.
Well, I mean, they kept telling you, though, they said the right mumbo-jumbo words that you wouldn't have a feeling, you know. But I mean, obviously, I was just like, I think my penis is more, I think penis is more interesting than a sky thing. So, yeah, I'll play with penis, thank you very
What
much.
the fuck? High school and porn, those were the days.
Was an uncompelling theory, that's for sure. But like I said, I never believed in Santa Claus or Easter rabbits or anything that didn't fool me with any of this crap.
Once I started really going through the Bible, I come to the conclusion even if you weren't really no fuck hell, I'd rather go to hell.
Well, that was my conclusion, yeah. Especially when I got to the Jesus, the most famous Jesus line for me was the Judas conversation. You know, and Judas is asking him why he's wasting money on this stupid oil for his feet. You know, having his whore rub his feet. And his answer is, the poor will be with you always. And you're just like, what? You know, like, gave up everything, I'm not gonna fix the problem. You know, I left my wife, left my job, I gave everything to follow you, and you're not even gonna fix the poor problem? Yeah, fuck you, Jesus, you suck.
You really ever back to Jesus, it was rich guys, just some model there just to make sure the poor realize, like, oh yeah, you guys are always gonna be.
Well, it doesn't matter, I'm just saying, what did Jesus really say? What did he really say, okay? What was his real response to this? Fuck you. I'm having fun. You know, get your own whore.
I just assumed they were all made up.
Well, I assume the whole fucking book's are made up, so yes, it's all a pile of shit. I'm sure you know what these films are.
It's so obviously made.
And I'm sure that other people didn't fight around in fishes and all that other shit.
Well, first of all, the first questions that were raised in my mind regarding the Bible was, number one, why are these books not in fucking chronological order? Why are like fucking 25 years of Jesus' life missing or whatever it was? There's more holes in the Bible than there is fucking substance. If you spent all day trying to fill those holes, you'd probably...
You're in trouble right from the very fucking beginning, right? They don't even create in the right order. And then, when they do have this creation, people are living to be 900 years old, and they only have 3 kids. You're like, what?
I'll tell you what,
900 years?
Well, here's
900 fucking years, and you only have 3 kids?
It was pretty ridiculous, but I'll tell you, actually, no, the first question that I raised, it wasn't even, why are there no fucking kangaroos on the Ark? That's the most off-sided example that a question that a child asked. What I asked was, if there's Adam and there's Eve, where did all these come from? What the fuck happened to them?
I know, that was
Where are all these people that were reproducing?
You know, where's Cain's wife?
Yeah, where the fuck did all this reproduction occur? How? Where are these people? Where are these mystery people the Bible doesn't mention?
Yeah, it just really doesn't work as a theory of creation. To start off with incest.
That's a good way to look at it. That's the only way to look at it. It's still funny though. Everyone's fun.
Yeah, I mean, just imagine the conversation between Adam and Cain. Yeah, fuck mom. Yeah, real good, man. Yeah, you're right. From behind, from behind.
Yeah.
You know.
Kane
Me
fucking.
and Pa are talking, you know, having a me and my dad conversation about fucking mom. So anyway, next subject. Yeah, so the problem is though is once people don't have religion, then they have some sort of idiotic Nietzschean, Darwinian theory of civilization that doesn't make any sense. I got mine, fuck you. Just you might as well be religious if you're gonna be that stupid.
How about there's no meaning to life? The end. Take knowledge as comes, add it to what you already know. There you go. That's all you gotta do.
That
Digital fucking
doesn't mean anything. I mean, again, you're skipping over the whole point that what we do know about value. The value is in the feelings of sentient organisms. And that's the whole game.
I kind of look at it as actually it quite takes offense to people when they're like, oh, well, you must not value life very much. Well, I think I value more than you
my
do.
point. There's no point being an atheist if you're going to be an idiot. So yeah, exactly. No point. So
Yeah, I mean, my life is only the value I give
right.
my life.
You're not smart enough to figure out that in a game of Monopoly, the little dog and the little tower and the little thing, all the pieces are equal. They all have a stake. They all have a welfare. And it's going to matter whether they live or die. It's going to matter how they die. It's going to matter what they feel, just as it matters to you how you feel. It's just as rational to say my body is not any more important than your body. If your body is miserable, then it might as well be my body that's miserable. It's the misery that matters. It's not the fucking individual having it. So if you can't figure out that simple logic that the other fucking pawns on the board are just as important as you are, then you have got it. You missed the most important fact in the universe.
I certainly don't think I'm important to you.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, if I have a thinking machine, right? It'd be stupid for me to say, this thinking machine is only for white people, or this thinking machine is only for people over 6 feet tall, or this thinking machine only works for people with flat feet. I mean, it'd be stupid for me to say, oh, let's only use it for this one individual satisfaction. No, the whole point is to say what's the optimum use, you say, in this whole environment with all these pawns getting smashed and crushed. What can the thinking machine do to manage the whole problem, not one tiny piece of the problem? I'm just saying it's just logical to recognize that, you know, picking up one spoonful of poo out of a sewage pit is stupid if with the same effort you can clean up the entire cesspool.
But just to ask, who are you talking to?
I think I'm talking to you. You sound kind of like a nihilist motherfucker.
Well, I mean, I care about the general welfare and continuation of the species.
I don't know why you would care about the
when I think of it in terms of that, I don't
the
really look at
continuation of the species, like somehow that's the value. No, that has absolutely no value. That's just a silly perception in your head. That's like somebody caring whether whales exist or not. Why should whale? Who cares? The Tyrannosauruses don't exist. We're not all having a cry over it, are we? You all sit in our room. Oh, there's no more Brontosauruses. No, it doesn't fucking matter. That's meaningless. Articulation is meaningless. The only thing that matters is the sentient organism's experience. It matters whether people feel good or feel bad. It matters whether animals feel good or feel bad. It doesn't matter whether they fucking exist.
Well, I mean, who wouldn't want everybody to feel good if we could achieve that, though? Certainly no offense.
Saying it glibly, like, well, yeah, that would be a nice objective, but it's not my objective, and I won't spend 10 cents on it. I mean, I'm not going to let one of my neurons waste any of its time working on that problem because I'm too busy trying to get me a piece of ass. I mean, you're just, you're a cliche poster child for exactly why it doesn't, people might as well be religious because you're just as retarded.
I think the only way the continuation of the human species could be worthwhile, and obviously it's very, very slim possibility, is if we were to go out into the universe and like end suffering in other parts of the universe among sentients. But I know it's an extremely slim possibility.
Well, it's not extremely slim. It's fucking impossible. So let's just admit it. Come on. You know, and if you could do that, we'd just do it with machines anyway. So we only have to live long enough to make a machine that could go out and sterilize the other planets. You don't need people. We can make mechanical janitors now. That's the only good thing about progress is that we can actually make machines that can do the cleaning. It's kind of funny that you're an atheist with the name Juju, too, right? Like, Juju is like, what, superstitious mumbo-jumbo? You got some juju going for you?
That's exactly what it is.
You stepped on like a sidewalk crack and the force is with you and blah, blah, blah. You know? That's your Jedi name.
Well, I mean,
Your Jedi name.
if you're thinking, let me take this in another direction. So if your thinking is that the only thing that ultimately matters is the feelings of the sentient beings experiencing reality, well, isn't that in and of itself kind of a...
Isn't that in and of itself kind of a what?
Well, I mean, it's certainly... I don't know, yeah. I don't think I'm a nihilist. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly my point. Yes, you're an idiot, okay? Nihilist equals idiot. Okay, you might...
No, I don't...
I was just say, I have faith in God. I'm just saying that there's definitely no point in not recognizing if you can't recognize the significance. You can't recognize the significance of conscious sensation if it doesn't scare the motherfucking shit out of you. If I said I'm going to come to your fucking house and shove a telephone pole up your motherfucking ass, all right? If that doesn't scare you, you're insanely crazy, right? That should scare you. And the idea that it would happen to somebody else doesn't make it good, okay? The fact that it happens to you doesn't mean it's bad because it happens to you. The thing that makes it bad is it happening. Who it happens to doesn't fucking matter.
No, I completely agree with everything you just said, though. I think there might be a misinterpretation here.
Well, whatever. I think it might be the balloon gas, but whatever. I'm just not gonna, I don't want to have some kind of semantical bickety, backety, blue, blah, 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 jibber jabber conversation. So I'm just saying, this isn't that complicated. We're not gorillas anymore. We're not dumb animals. We're not parameciums. We're fucking brains. We can calculate what's happening on planet Earth. And what's happening is a bunch of agenda-motivated organisms that have passionate interest in their welfare are scurrying around and eating each other's feet and shit. They're chewing on each other and biting each other and fighting with each other and taking from each other and sucking each other's blood and anal fluids and all kinds of other shit. And it's just fucking goddamn wasteful as fuck.
Where do you get off of this idea that we can have this perfect harmony, though? I mean, do you really have that much faith in people?
Oh, I don't have any faith in that. No, I'm saying we shouldn't be bothered. I'm saying we should stop fucking idiots from having babies because there's no fucking point. The damn thing has no fucking use. We're mess makers, not mess cleaner-uppers. We create need. We don't resolve need. All right? We are unresolved, perpetually needy monsters, and there's no point in making sentient organisms so they can fucking sit on planet Earth and wait for their wonderful, marvelous death day and have a couple of wanks in between. It's stupid. We're like basic.
How do you really get away from that unless you kill everyone? I mean, you have to kill all
Well,
humans.
you don't have to kill all. I'm not gonna. Look, you don't know anything about me or this conversation or this subject. I really don't want to waste my time going into the fucking nursery school explanation of antinatalism. All right, but I mean, there's a subject here about the fact that life is basically fundamentally failed. Evolution made it. Evolution doesn't have a brain. It doesn't have a purpose. It doesn't have a use. It's just an incidental consequence of a molecule replicating. 4 billion years ago, a fucking molecule went oops and made a copy of itself. It didn't want to make a copy of itself. There's no plan to the copy. It just made a copy. And once copying became the game, it's just a Xerox machine out of control. And the fucking shit it's Xeroxing is shit. It's Xeroxing Tyrannosauruses and great white sharks and greedy, selfish, little wanky humans with fucking big ideas about how they're wonderful and they can eat all the animals they want to because they're so cool. Alright, it just makes a bunch of crap. And most of the crap is dying all over the fucking place. To have one octopus, 10,000 octopus have to die. For one octopus to reproduce, 10,000 the little octopi have to be destroyed. That's life on Earth. It's just parasitical, disgusting, sentient beings chewing on sentient beings. It is idiotic, stupid, it's fucked in the ass. There's no reason to keep doing it except deluded humans say, I like baseball. Baseball has no meaning if you don't have a jackass human going, I like baseball. Alright, there's no need for us to exist, therefore there's no justification for the harm and suffering imposed. Okay, he's coming up with his glib counter-argument. Let's see what the glib counter-argument will be. Come on. Minimize the weight, the gravity of the 10 zillion holocausts that have been created for this magnificent thing we're doing on Earth. Yes, we're really accomplishing some brilliant shit here, and your glib response to zillions upon zillions of sentient beings being eaten alive is... well, life is good. Fluffy rainbows.
I don't think it's a good thing.
Laughing babies.
I have an agreement. You can look at that and you think
Laughing babies.
that's a good
Laughing
thing.
babies. They're laughing babies. Okay. Whatever. There's no logic here. So wait, is this the real fucking Piro? I bet you cannot single out a chemical byproduct or whatever. This whole spiritual thing is just idiotic. Called ego, Piro. You have a good feeling, it's because you have a gratified ego sensation. It's like when you're getting closer to getting the pussy, you have this spiritual feeling. Well, it's not a spiritual feeling. It's a, ooh, I'm almost to the promised land. And then after that, you get your rocks off and you go, why the fuck did I fuck that bitch? Yeah, well, Piro's supposed to be canoeing someplace, so I don't really think he's here. Not that canoeing isn't a nice thing, but he's really got to get a job. I'm waiting to see what kind of job he gets. Yeah. Bitcoin. He's going to get a job as a Bitcoiner. Yeah, whatever. Obviously, he doesn't think spirituality has anything to do with spirituality. He thinks spirituality really has to do with the fact that we somehow have innate goodness in us, and that it expresses itself in some sort of innate goodness feeling. And that most of the time those are good feelings, but sometimes you have a spiritual feeling that says, go shoot the neighbor. But that's a bad spiritual feeling, and so you shouldn't listen to that one, because it's obviously a bad spiritual feeling. I mean, it's just a bunch of babble. It's baby talk. It's not even like, if they had such a thing as grammar school psychology, it wouldn't even qualify as grammar school psychology. It's so stupid and simplistic. Old Pan is doing a connected dots drawing. Yes, very good. She's connected some of the dots, and it looks like a thing impaling itself on another thing. Oh, there's a penis. No, we're not going to accept that. Take your pornography elsewhere.
It doesn't even have a penis yet.
That's the pornography. Oh, yeah, I liked your comment. I wasn't even naked. That was pretty funny. Yeah, technically, I wasn't even naked. The only part of me was naked was my penis. That was funny.
I watched the video twice and I didn't see it.
Well, that's the funny part. So you didn't even see the penis. Well, that's even funnier, but it was a pretty good penis.
You're only on camera for 3 seconds, so I guess I looked away at the right or wrong time, depending on how you look at it.
I wasn't on camera for 3 seconds. So yeah, you must have zoomed through the good part was like 3 minutes or 4 minutes in or 5 minutes into the video, and then there was this little bit, and then then there was the end of it. But yeah, I mean, it was pretty good. I mean, it was pretty much pretty good frontal penis right in the camera thing. It was like, yeah, right in your face penis.
Oh, fuck, then I have no explanation what's wrong with me. Who knows?
Well, did you see?
I had evil blindness that day, apparently.
Well, I'll have to upload a copy to the website.
Yes, it must be archived. I command it.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
Well, it's funny because I was about to leave a comment on that video going, wow, this is really, very relaxing and beautiful, because it was. I mean, it was almost like an ASMR video. It was just, the woods and the house and but then I saw the comments like, you gotta take this down. I'm like, oh, I guess I'm missing something. I don't know. And then it was gone.
Oh, that is funny that you didn't even see it. That is funny. Now your comment is stupid rather than funny. I mean, it's not. I mean, your comment isn't as witty as I was giving you credit for.
No wit there. Just complete oblivion, apparently.
Yes.
So yeah, I did want to say well, I know I have already apologized, but I am really quite sorry that I'm so behind on Blogger. But one thing I was thinking about, just because I was going through some old videos, is when we get to the free will and determinism section, which may or may not be far into the future, who knows. I was thinking that it would be really funny to go back and
kind of dismantle the conversation that you had with Nick on the old water dome. And I have to admit, like, some of these videos I haven't seen in, a year or two, so my details are a little fuzzy. But you guys were talking about what was like dwarves and buckets, and it would be really funny to act some of that out, you know?
Yeah, well, even the puppet thing too, like where do the strings end? You know, like my string, you know, like say you have 7 dwarves and they're all running each other. You know, all the strings go to each other. So that you know, that idea of a circular cause and effect chain, you know, between the programs, might be a really interesting, you know, puppet running, you know, they're all running each other. Yeah, it might be a nice. Yeah, it might work as a very good metaphor for how the brain works. But yeah, being able to do it in this, you know, fast and sellable manner, entertaining. But yeah, I mean, that sounds like it could work. As long as you don't get too complicated.
Yeah, well, I've forgotten all about the puppets. But yeah, I mean, some of it is going to have to be contingent on you know, I'm not sure how many of those videos are still out, or wow, my fucking computer froze. This is just great.
Oh, it's still working enough. But your mic sucks. It's so loud. It's still on. I go YouTube or something. What was it I said? Yeah, I don't think it's the only one. So I think it's been but I think we just keep it. That'll be okay. Still looking for a solution, right? Okay.
There we go, I'm back. Sorry about this. Is my mic loud though? I'll fix it.
Yeah, it is all loud.
Okay, fix it.
Well, I haven't done any sound comparisons, but it sounds louder than me. You know, I can only tell. How loud is she compared to my microphone? That would be the good question. Is she louder than me? Okay, there we go. So then she'll be a better volume, and then we'll know what the right volume for the room is. Yay. Unfortunately, no one will be saying anything that really matters, but that's okay. We'll have the right volume. And that makes all the difference. Now, what's this chick about over here? I've seen that name somewhere. Angelica. That's a different person entirely. Pretty sure, anyway. Pretty sure. Pretty sure. Anyway. How do you say your name, evil guy? I mean, evil and
Evilus and Nihilus.
I don't like Evil is the nihilist. Evil and nihilist. Evil and nihilist. That is evil and nihilist. Evil is the nihilist. I don't know. I don't like it. I shall call you Joe. Smoke Joe. But anyway, I like your whole really depressive, negative attitude, negative energy. I like it. But like I said, you gotta be kind of careful with that.
Yeah, I'll try.
Well, I'm just saying, you know how the real world works. You know, the cops come knocking on your door and shit. And,
I mean, I'm kind of like.
Nothing personal, guys. Nothing personal. You know, yeah, I didn't kill the cops, but I didn't mean like you. I meant like cops, metaphorically. You know, like Bozo the Clown and stuff. I didn't mean you.
Yeah, like a crazy part of my brain wishes that would kind of happen, but.
Well, I'm just saying, I mean, I imagine all kinds of telephone poles of all kinds of asses, but yeah, that's just for my own personal entertainment. It's not something you talk about on the internet. Yeah, because you get arrested for that shit.
How's this?
You at least get a question. That's what you get, at least questioned vigorously. You know? Yeah. That's no good.
Can anybody hear me now?
Yes, you're still too loud, but I can hear you now.
Okay.
Yeah, apparently you can't fix it. So you said you could fix it, but you can't.
I'm whispering, but what happens is every time I fix it, it mutes me.
Yeah. It's not a job. Part of the fun. So anyway. I don't know what else you can do. Put a band-aid over it. What else? Squirt some paint into the microphone. Probably something like that'll work. Your lock of hair. Hack off a hunk of hair and shove that in there. So anyway, where was I? Oh, I was babbling incoherently. I'll continue to babble incoherently. I might even say anyway. Anyway. I have to stop saying anyway. Yeah, he's AN. Fucking AN plus. Double plus, yeah, AN plus plus. He wants everything to die. He wants to kill it. Yeah. I want it to end. Personally.
Okay, how about now?
Well, it's okay, but you end up with that Puro effect, which is so annoying. I'm going to do a 2-hour video whispering and just talking quiet because I can't wake anybody up. So I'm going to talk like this through the whole video, and it'll be fucking annoying as fuck. And I'll clear my throat a little bit and I'm dry mouth. I'm breathing a little heavy, like I'm dying or something. I really I hate Puro videos.
Breathing is sort of a to be serious kind of thing. Anyway, I'll keep playing with it. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, well, my video style has degraded also, so I don't put any effort into things anymore. Oh, there's Bandit. Yay! Oh, wait a minute. No, it's not a good thing. It's a bad thing. Sporting his nice leather jacket and silly woolen hat. That's quite a silly look, actually. You need a leather hat, fuckhead. Or a vinyl hat. In my opinion. Personally. Style note. Even Gary knows that one. Oh, it's Abba. Yeah, you're looking good, Abba. Looking good. Yeah, you do. You look good. Yeah, good exercises. You do your jazzercise every day. Yay, Abba. He was a pretty good troll, Abba. He had his day. He used to do dancing videos. No, he used to do singing videos. That was a pretty good little dance clip, actually. I hope somebody saved that forever so we could, like, troll the room with it ourselves, just for the fun of it. Abba dancing.
I'm so glad Abba's back.
Yeah, he does sort of add some grounding to the world, doesn't he? Just kind of ground us all. Like,
Abba is my touchstone.
Yeah, it's sort of like having Mr. Ed show up. You know, Mr. Ed shows up outside. It's Mr. Ed. You feel all better. It's so better. Yeah, horse is a horse, of course, of course. Everything's alright. Why do you think we feel so much pain that we get immobilized? Isn't that sometimes a disadvantage? Well, there's certainly evolution has done it for a reason, I guess. It's this whole psychology of defeat. You know, like say if you were defeated in the fight for the alpha status, and you know, it's just this, you gotta go rebuild yourself, lick your wounds, and recover kind of thing. So I guess the brain just shuts down, so you'll go to sleep for a week. To recover.
Yeah, it's kind of like the whole like going on that we can go stronger, faster.
Yeah, depression kind of works the other way around. You know, it's like the $6 man. You just, oh no, I don't have enough money, so I have to go sit in a tree and sleep for a week until I have more money. So I'm only a $6 man. It's probably something like that. I don't have the exact theory of depressive psychology written. I have no volume on that subject, but it's probably something like that. Seems like now you get too much pain for the extent of the injury. Do you think that makes the learning mechanism? I don't know. I just don't think the machinery is all that well designed, so I think it obviously makes mistakes. So, yeah, I guess that's my answer. Anyway, let's see if we have any other intelligent conversation available at this time and space in human history. Let's see if Billy has something brilliant. Pink Floyd now. Pink Floyd died like 50 years ago. Closed his hand, or what the hell happened there? Oh, I guess he was asleep or something.
Test.
Piro's on Lake, whatever, Obigon, you know, doing poetry. Yeah, I mean, that's sort of like what Piro's turning into. Folk philosopher. Yeah, that's what he's like, a folk philosopher. Yuck.
Yeah, Gary, what do you think about psychiatry?
I think it sometimes works, sometimes not. It just sort of depends. I mean, obviously, I don't think psychiatrists know anything about the human condition, but I mean, obviously, they know some tricks about like playing with your headspace, and you know, trying to get, like, say your train is falling off the tracks, maybe they can get you back on your track. But generally speaking, I just say, you know, they're silly people trying to keep people silly. I mean, it's just like, okay, you're a slave, and so you get depressed as a slave, and it's like you got some guy giving you a pep talk. No, get back in there. Go out there and play a good slave game. I mean, you know, do it for the honor of the slave. I mean, you don't want to let the other slaves down. I mean, if you don't go out there and cut that wheat, they're going to have to do all the work. So, you know, come on, you want to be a good slave, maybe. You know, go with that good feeling. Go with that positive, be a good slave kind of mentality. Don't be a downer. You know, but that's all they're doing, right? I mean, they're not doing anything. They're just playing mind games, right? So they try to figure out whether this person has too big an ego or too small an ego, and they just try to give them the opposite medicine, right? So you give them the white pill if they're too down, you give them the blue pill if they're too high, you know, blah, blah, blah.
Do you think that there might be like some that could actually like delve into your psyche and understand you and then not try to fix you, but at least like explain it to you?
Well, I'm just saying there's some insight into your personality that you might be able to get from somebody else. Like somebody else could read you and say, okay, I can tell certain things by the rigidity of your posture, by the fact that you're wearing leather with a stupid knit hat. I mean, they can draw conclusions, based on incontinuities in your style, and so yeah, they could profile you and, give you a head trip.
Well, besides all of the dramatics, how would you profile me if you had to?
Well, I think Mommy got a little too personal with your anus, okay? It's like, she was still wiping your butt when you were 17, and I think it fucked you up a little bit. Fish has a plan? Oh, shit. I mean, yeah, I'm sort of without a plan. I have a vague direction. That's all I got. I'm kind of like a photon. Yeah. I have no exact position
No,
or
you're
direction.
more of like you're more of like a strange on or a glob on.
Yeah, a globon. Yeah, a loseron. A lusitron. Yeah, a lusitron. A phalafonton. A phalaton. Phalaton. Yeah, I'll be a phalaton. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, we're all circling the same glob on.
Yeah, it's all gonna imploderize into gloop. Yeah, we'll become the eternal gloop. Yeah, my father's name is Malcolm, actually, so I would be Malcolm X. Yeah. Very good. Excellent. How you figured that out? Cool. Me and Gray have something in common. Yay, finally, something showed up. Yay! That's pretty funny. I mean, coincidental. I mean, interesting. I mean, okay, yes. Fairly interesting. Hey, well, that's pretty cool, too. The GM initials, yeah. I always thought it kind of like General Motors. Like, hey, gee, I got the same monogram as General Motors. So I used to collect like coat ornaments with GM written on them. So I had a whole bunch of stuff with GM on it. That broke off and stuff, which was kind of funny when I think about it. The silly stuff kids do. I mean, pointless, horrible vandalism.
Worse than what GM did with that ignition switch. That whole fucking deal is real fucking fuck.
Whatever. What superpower? Oh, I hate those kind of questions. telephone pole in the ass power. Yeah, I could just instantaneously put a telephone pole in a person's ass. Yeah.
I mean, with the whole, like, fucking, like, what superpower would you choose always comes, oh, yeah, well, okay, I'll take immortality. Then I can do whatever I want, and I'm still around.
Or I can have the superpower where I can make genies. I can make little magic lamps. There. I can make magic lamps. I just make magic lamps forever.
Or if the genie grants you 3 wishes, the first one you just say, I want unlimited wishes.
Well, or else you just say, I want another genie. Yeah. Yeah, I got 3 more wishes. Yes, I would like to know where the universe is plugged in so I can unplug it. That would be a great power.
Yeah, Gary, I was actually reading a lot about behaviorism. What do you think about that? Like, basically what I read is that, you know, you can say, okay, I want to kill this person, it really doesn't mean anything, and you can think it, which is basically covert speech, but unless you do something, it really doesn't mean anything.
I don't know what that means, though.
Well, I mean, behavior, I mean, you have to act on what you're going to do. I mean, you can think it or say it, but it doesn't really hold any water unless you do it.
Well, that's just Yoda talk. There is no try, there's do or do not do. Yeah, okay, fine. The boner video intentional. I mean, I don't know what that means. I mean, the boner wasn't intentional. Obviously, I didn't post the video intentionally, that's why I deleted it. So, I don't know what your question is. But whatever. I mean, it was supposed to be a time-lapse video anyway. Like I said, it was supposed to be a video that was supposed to have 5 hours. We're supposed to be 5 minutes. And it just, you know, the camera malfunctioned.
Would you have a boner on video?
Yeah, it was pretty funny, actually. I was cutting weeds in the woods, you know, and I'm wearing my shorts and, yeah, my whatever, and blah, blah, blah. Well, anyway, and, yeah, so I put you know, I had 2 cameras plugged into the computer, and I uploaded the wrong file. And I said, whoops. So I did whoops, and I took it down, but it was the whoops file. So, but anyway, no big deal, but I'm just saying it was, you know, obviously I wouldn't jeopardize the channel with, you know, 2,000 whatever video was on it.
Yeah, really, it's come to that, like, where you can't even get a boner on video, or you're gonna get
I
fucking...
mean, really, it is silly standards. I mean, what silly standards? I mean, god damn it, come on. No, I mean, it was totally, you know, it was all my bad, so, you know, if YouTube would have killed my account, I would have understood, because, you know, I broke the rules. But it wasn't an accident, I mean, it wasn't.
Yeah, still, I mean, it's a fucking boner. Jesus, it's a fucking natural reaction by outside stimulus, I mean, or inside stimulus.
Well, I don't know exactly if it's an entirely natural reaction, because then you gotta wonder, I'm cutting shrubbery and I get a boner? I mean, that is a little bit fucked up. But, you know.
Well, some people like the outdoors more than others.
Well, I'm just saying, I like a lot of things more than other people, but yeah, a lot of shit gets you a boner. So, yeah, I do have that problem, I have to admit. But, as I pointed out, better too many than too few. So, you know, I'll take the burden.
Has YouTube eased up on as far as, like, disqualifying people to have a channel, or are they still assholes?
Well, they still seem to be assholes in the sense that I find this whole Google Plus thing really obnoxious. They keep signing me out of my account, keep putting me in their Plus account. Hate it.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, you can't even, like, leave a comment unless you, like, give up your fucking social security number. Now it's ridiculous.
Yeah, well, fortunately I don't comment much, but, man, Yeah, I don't even bother trying anymore.
Yeah, the only, actually, one of the few good things that came out of it, I started talking with Icy again. I don't know if you remember her. She's from, like, the Netherlands or something like that. She was asking about you.
Who was asking about me?
That girl, Icy something, Icy.
Oh, Mommy, yeah. Yeah, where's she been?
She was on, Google Plus, and I started talking with her from there, and she was asking about you, so that was it.
Well, cool. I'm glad she was asking. I don't know what she was asking. You have Gary's phone number? That would be good, but yeah.
Yeah, she's still just driving her fucking, her quads in the snow, and she was asking, like, how everybody was doing, so I said good, and, that was it, really.
Yeah. Well, she does have a kind of a narrow focus in terms of just doing her little living thing, so. But, chicks is chicks. Alright, so anyway, I should get them a drink, maybe. Maybe I shall have a ginger ale. Do I have one in the refrigerator? No, I don't. I'll have a warm ginger ale. That'll be special. And I think I'll put it in the thing to get cold. Thing to get cold. Anyway, so entertain the old troops there, Bandit. Sing a song or something. Come on, do something interesting, dumb fuck.
No thanks. I'm on borrowed time already. Yeah, well, speaking about the weed thing, I just read an article the other day about a young guy. He's probably like 18 or 19 years old, and he was making weed brownies, and the cops got him, and them basing his the amount of weed that he put in his brownies, they weighed all of the brownies. So he had like 2 pounds of brownies, and they were gonna probably try putting him away for like 20 years for having that much weed, which really wasn't the weight of the weed he had. It was just the weight of the brownies, which is completely ridiculous.
Well, I'm sure they could point that out at trial, couldn't they? I mean, that would seems kind of obvious. But anyway, yeah, I don't, he had to have an awful lot of brownies. I mean, for them to bother arresting him, I would think. Was he giving them to like 5-year-olds or something?
No, they just weighed like the total weight of the brownies that he had, and it was like 2 pounds, and they said, okay,
I'm
we
just
do
saying, they usually don't go after people for fucking brownies unless they're doing something with the brownies. I'm just saying that even in, rather draconian states, they usually just don't go after people who are eating pot, because number one, it's not very effective. It's kind of a waste of pot.
Yeah, it was Texas.
Well, Texas, who cares, right? They're crazy in Texas, so who cares? Texans deserve whatever they get anyway, right? I mean, pretty much, don't Texans deserve hell?
Except for Vox and Ruda, of course.
Oh, that's right. He is in Texas. Okay. I suppose there has to be an exception. Well, he is in hell, though, right? So, I mean, whether he deserves it or not, he's in it. I mean, it looks like hell to me, anyway.
Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah, I worry for him. Just, I don't know what keeps him alive.
He just put up a new video. But yeah, I don't either.
That right there is like a little bit of the article. Teens facing up to life in prison for weed brownies. Ridiculous.
Well, I'm just saying they're facing something doesn't mean too much. I'm just saying if they're going to have a trial, it just seems that it's pretty obvious to point out that, you know, you don't put people in prison for brownies.
Oh, yeah, I totally agree with you. Yeah, just out of curiosity, Gary, like when you read fiction, what do you enjoy reading?
The New York Times. Seriously. You just gave an example of fiction, which is every news story that's put out there is a fiction, right? They just do this big headliney, scary thing, and you find out the real story is, yeah, the guy walked out of his front door, had a fart, and then walked back in again. And instead they have like 59 people were killed by a horrible, you know, gas explosion, blah, 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 blah. And it's just, you know, every news story is just so full of shit.
Yeah, what always amazes me, like even like that story you just brought up, and the next day, if you know somebody got their fucking dick caught in the zipper, then they forget all about the story they just talked about the day before. Now it's the dick caught in the zipper. It's like no one cares.
I don't even know what that means, but it seems to me that people care, but they care about absolute bullshit. Okay, they care about anecdotal, meaningless crap that doesn't matter. They don't care about the stuff that does matter.
Yeah, and I completely understand that. But what I was getting at is like, okay, one day they're talking about war, and everything's all about war. And the next day there's a letter bomb to somebody else, and the war is already thrown on the back burner, and all they talk about is a letter bomb, you know?
I know, but that's the whole point I'm saying is we never get the real story. We just get this headlining crap, flashy, anecdotal, horrible, and we don't get the real story. So I'm just saying that the real story is not the story.
So would you like say that it's even better off not even to listen to that crap?
I don't. People can do whatever the fuck they want, but I've given up on giving a fuck about any of this shit until we fix the system. There's no point in having a system. The system's broke. If we're not going to fix it, then fuck it. Whatever. I mean, all this, let's talk drug shit in the comments. You know, you can say whatever you want, but, you know, I really don't have a huge tolerance for this whole drug culture shit. I mean, you do drugs as an entertainment, and I just don't see the point in coming to my room to talk about drugs.
Yeah, I mean, the whole drug thing is a personal thing. I mean, if you're going to do it, do it. There's no reason to talk about it.
Yeah, well, there's a reason to talk about maybe go to a room full of people who just want to talk about doing drugs, okay? I mean, it's just not my agenda. I'm not against drugs. I'm just not a drug. I don't see insight in drugs. I see drugs as a silly distraction. It's like a video game. You want to play video games and go to a video game room and talk about video games. You want to talk about drugs, go to a drug room and talk about drugs. You just don't need to be here talking about drugs.
Hello, Gary. I'm Tommy.
Well, that's very exciting. Oh, wait a minute. No, it's not. I don't have a boner at all. Yeah, it's totally not exciting.
Yeah, this room is about what? Do not get?
Well, it's about assholes who show up in rooms and say silly shit like, "What's the room about, guys? I'd like to play along, but you have to tell me what it's about."
Okay, I'm gonna be quiet now.
Oh, you're gonna be banned now. You stupid idiot. God. What a fucktard. People have such preposterous egos. They just show up and say, "Gee, I'm really important. You're really gonna want to hear what I have to say. What are you talking about? Because I'm an expert on anything, and I'll talk about exactly what you're talking about, and I'll talk about it in such a special way that you'll be so fucking impressed." No, that's not gonna happen, you douchebag. There's no fucking chance in hell you're gonna say anything I can give a rat's ass about, and I could give a fuck what your goddamn name is, you stupid shit.
I'm still waiting for like the person that's, middle aged or whatever that like looks back and says, "Hey, you know what? I wish I played more Xbox."
Yeah, well, whatever. I mean, like I said, video games and drugs, this is all great entertainment, but it has nothing to do with fixing anything or doing anything meaningful in the world or any of that shit. It's just jerking off. And I'm all for it, but I don't go to a room to talk about jerking off. It's one of my favorite things. I don't bother because I know how to do it. So I don't need any fucking jerking off advice, so I guess I don't need to go to the jerking off room. So I don't know why you guys do all this drug talk, like, aren't we cool? We're talking about what we do to wank. Yeah, drugs are a wank, okay? It's not an interesting subject. It doesn't mean anything to somebody who's seriously trying to live a life that means something. It's just a waste of your time. Why are you wasting my time with your waste of time?
Yeah, that's actually a really good point because I've been in here and I've smoked a lot of weed and I've drank probably 1,000 beers and I've never once brought it up besides right now, ever.
Exactly. Something you do, it ain't something you talk about. And if you're going to talk about it, like I say, you go to a room where people talk about it. So anyway. Oh, I said anyway. Damn. I gotta stop doing that. I think I also need to put some augmentations on my video. My whatever they are, little floaty things. Yeah, that's much better. Alright, now we can have a serious conversation. Oh, that's I like that. Yeah, known guy, you have some good gimmicks. I like your verbal gimmicks. I like that pause one, right? You did that pause one a lot. Pause. Pause. Yeah, I like that. That's a great way to interrupt. Pause. You just like hit the VCR button. Pause. I love that. That's like a superpower. I hit the pause button. You're gonna shut up now, and I'll explain to you why you're full of shit. I love that.
Yeah, well, I'd love to explain about certain stuff if you want to talk about it.
Well, you lagged all out to hell, so fuck you. I'm Alaska connection.
No, I didn't lag. I was trying to pull the pause thing. Fuck.
Oh, you were pausing. I get you. Ben's such a funny guy. He's like a regular bozo the clown. He's just full of fun. Yeah, look at that. Ooh, imaginary juggling. Ooh, cool. Should have have his own TV show. This, I'll get drunk and pass out show.
No news, like good news.
That's right. When did your depression start? I mean, come on. Stupid question. You know. Shit. As soon as you go, what the fuck, you're done. Because every answer you're gonna get is gonna suck. Yeah, I'm gonna be in tough shape when I go blind because I really can't wear glasses consistently at all. I can wear glasses for 5 minutes. That's it. Fucks the hell out of me.
Is your vision going?
Well, it's trying to. I'm not letting it, but it's trying.
Maybe you have macular degeneration.
I don't know. I think what I have is everybody wants to write shit really, really small now. I mean, you ever notice that? Like on stuff, they write this shit now so fucking small that like, what the hell? Who can read this shit? Nobody can read this. Oh, Neil deGrasse Tyson. Oh. He is a clown, too. Like a bandit, he's a clown. He's just a performer. I couldn't even watch that Cosmo show, you know? I mean, I watched the first 3 episodes and half of the 4th. I mean, part of the reason I couldn't watch it is Fox kept crashing. Their stupid website sucks. But, it's just horrible. I mean, it was just so fucking hard. It was horrible to watch. It was just so fucking boring. All this historical crap. You're like, who the fuck cares? I mean, I don't care what some douchebag was doing 200 years ago.
Yeah, well, he let the the whole Hollywood and popularity thing get to him. He actually used to be he still is a brilliant guy, but he got to the point where now he's like,
I don't understand the brilliant part. I'm sorry. I don't think he's brilliant, okay? I don't think so. Show me a deGrasse Tyson brilliantism. Show me one. Pluto's not a planet. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe it is.
No, but years ago when he talked about how we came from collapsed stars and our guts came from all that stuff, that was pretty interesting.
Yeah, well, newsflash, Sagan already said all that stuff, so I don't think you can give Tyson credit for that because he was just mimicking the very thing that Sagan said, who was his mentor. So that's not something to say he's brilliant about. Again, you're saying he's brilliant. I'm saying I don't think he's made any brilliant contributions to science.
Okay, well, I will stand corrected. I will say he's a good wordsmith, and he sends the message better than a lot of other scientists can.
I think he does exactly the opposite. I think he makes science silly, and I think the science he talks is superficial. I mean, on one show he says, look, we're made out of the simplest things in the universe. There's the most carbon and oxygen and hydrogen is the most abundant element. Life is everywhere. And another show he says, well, look, most of the universe is toxically radioactive and nothing could ever survive in it. And, so one minute he's like, yes, there's life all over the place. The next minute he's, no, life is rare and weird and strange. So I don't call that brilliant. I call that duplicitous and hypocritical.
Is there anybody that you would say that you would recommend listening to?
No, everybody sucks, Bandit. You should know that by now, okay? Everyone sucks. I am the only person saying anything of meaning or merit. Everyone else is a fucking idiot.
So is it it better that no one says anything, or at least he's coming out and saying something?
Well, I don't think he's saying what he's. I'm trying to give you the impression that I think physics and chemistry deserve better than some guy who's turned it into a performance art. I don't think he's dealing with the hard biology questions. I don't think he's, what is he? Does he say anything about eating animals? Does he say anything about the nature of life being parasitical? Does he say anything about 500 million years of just crazy, insane attrition rates? Does it say anything about 10,000 baby octopuses to make one octopus that survives to reproduce? No!
Well, Gary, I mean, to make it palatable for the masses' appetite.
Well, I'm saying if palatable means it's a lie, then there's no point. Okay, what's the point of making a lie palatable?
Well, because a lot of people,
Oh, no, I'm sorry. You're just turning it into baseball, okay? You're taking something like curing cancer, turning it into baseball, and telling me there's no harm. I'm saying there's huge harm. All right? You're not curing cancer anymore. You're playing baseball.
No, but what I mean is, you have to make it palatable for people to, digest. You can't just throw everything out there at once. So
Fuck it. I've already made the point. I don't think palatability there's any point if you're taking all the nutrition out of it. There's no substance in the science anymore. It has no meaning. It has no relevance to the fucking truth. You superficially polished it out of existence. All there is shine. There is no fucking substance. There's no reality. And if there's no reality, there's no worth.
No, and the sad part is that I agree with you. And that's actually not the sad part. The sad part is that the other people won't consume it unless it's baby fed to them.
Well, regardless, I think they will consume it if people did do it. I mean, I'm just saying, who creates the problem is always a dicey question. And I'm just saying, if leaders are going to sell out, well, then you can't really blame the followers sometimes, right? I mean, there's some circumstance where they have to demonstrate it by performance, right? They have to lead by example. And if they're unwilling to do the show the right way, you can't really say the public rejected it when they didn't even try to do it right.
Well, can I ask you a question before you get mad and, boot me?
Well, you can try.
Can you...
I'm not promising anything.
Alright, well, I can appreciate that. Can you, at least say, how it would, be presented where people would be able to understand it and not get,
I don't think presentation has much to do with it. I just think that once authorities start talking in real terms about it, there's no way to evade it. So I'm just saying that it's not, I think it'd even make the conversation more interesting. So I think if these talking heads like Dawkins and the rest of these assholes would actually talk something real about what it really means, the dilemma that the living organism is stuck in, these paradoxes of our existence, instead of just glossing over them, I don't think there's any problem in having that conversation, and I think people would all of a sudden be stuck having to deal with it. But instead, they're sitting there saying, don't believe in God, be a nihilist like me. I mean, what the fuck is that? I mean, I just thought there's no progress in, arguing for ignorant fantasy when you're going to replace it with another ignorant fantasy. And it's an ignorant fantasy to think that selfishness is a sensible philosophy.
with you, and I think a lot of intelligent people would agree with you. I think that the reason that they do it that way is just to make a lot of people not shy away from it and at least.
Oh, I don't believe that. I don't believe Dawkins even understands it. I don't think you understand it. So what the fuck? I mean, I don't think Dawkins is dumbing down the message. I don't think Dawkins has the smart message.
I just think that if somebody came out on, Fox, whatever channel that Cosmos is on, is like, hey, listen, everything that you believed in is completely wrong, and here's the science, and we can disprove everything. I think it would just, make a lot of people turn the channel instead of sitting there and being engaged and listen to what maybe Neil has to say.
Nonsense. I think it's absolutely the opposite would happen. I think it'd be hugely interesting, hugely controversial, and provoke a conversation the human race needs to have. I think it's censored, frankly. I think hard science is damn good porn. Look, if you're just gonna hang around here faking Piro nonsense, I'll just ban you. So, I just don't see the point in doing a faux Piro thing. It's kind of rude. Yeah, well, I don't know what simulation, no. I haven't heard of simulation theory, thankfully. Oh, Facebook, I don't know why you mentioned that. No. But a short article. Yeah, well, whatever. I mean, we can just make up all kinds of things about what we live in. We can make up all kinds of, like I said, you can make up any kind of box to put us in. You can say the universe is in a box of Cracker Jack. Some other universe. You can say it, it doesn't mean anything. Whatever. Nietzsche just gave people an excuse to be a selfish asshole. That's all Nietzsche did. Oh, Nietzsche wrote some nice poetic words, and so I'll use those words to defend assholery. That's all it was. Talk is the first step. You can't do the walk by yourself. You're not gonna not get irradiated, not have new nuclear power plants built by yourself. You're not going to stop war by yourself. You're not going to cure diseases by yourself. So you have to talk, be able to convince other people that this is something worth fixing, and we have to do it together because one person can't build the Hoover Dam. remember Gary. Yeah, whatever. I don't even know what that means. I don't even need to be remembered. You know, I mean, I'm going to be archived. Well, stupidity is contagious is part of the problem, I suppose. Tradition is kind of the real blight of the human race. And people get an idea or they get a habit. It's just so hard to break the habit, right? So, like even if you came up with a better sport than baseball, you just can't get rid of baseball because there's too many people that are just too attached to it. You're like, oh no, we can't. You can't even change the name of it. You know, if you called it like baseball, you called it like whatever, mound ball or whatever, home run ball or something else. They'd even get upset about that. I mean, you can't change the uniforms, you can't change their socks, you can't change their shoes. You know, I mean, people are just so glued to habit. And so they get the habit of doing life a certain way, and they just get caught up in that habit. They re-indoctrinate everybody into that habit and just go with that habit. And that's the nature of cultures. Are just they're stultifying, whatever the word. I mean, they're just completely rigid Borgs. You know, they just consume evolution, consume progress. I mean, it's amazing if you think about it. It's June 2014, and you know, 80 or 90% of the world still believes in some sort of fairy godmother. Anyway, just irritating. Everything's irritating though, so it shouldn't surprise me that Tiny Jeff would be irritated. Anyway, where were we? Need some kind of good stuff to happen here. This is nice. It's dragging right along. But they all drag right along. Really is nothing to say, nobody to argue with, everybody's stupid, I win. Except I lose, because winning is saying, everybody's too stupid. Anyway. An actual bald guy, yeah, that is kind of funny. Well, at the moment I'm drinking vegetable juice with vinegar and horseradish in it. Anyway, yeah, my diet's obviously fucked up. I mean, I do eat carrots, cabbage, pasta, and rice. But yeah, I'm doing very well, so I gotta find something else to eat. Yeah, well, I don't eat cheese or anything. Every now, like twice a year or something, somebody gives me a piece of frozen pizza or something. Yeah, that or whatever. And I have a box of cheese. It's not much cheese in a box of cheese. What contributes to animal suffering? Well, it really doesn't matter. I mean, I'm for annihilating the existence of all cows on Earth, so I'm for their liberation from their slavery. Even if I ate one, it wouldn't make a difference. I mean, I wasn't answering the question on some vegetarian level, I was just answering it on an informational level. Yeah, well, you really don't understand reproduction very well. Most cows are artificially inseminated, idiot. Well, even many wild I mean, like panda bears are really easy to disrupt their reproduction, right? I mean, all you have to do is go boom, you're traumatized, you can't have sex for 3 years. So, I mean, lots of animals can be made non-survivable as a species through very small changes in their environment, very small changes in their chemistry. So, yeah, I don't think it's a problem. Yeah, I don't have any interest in that issue. I mean, I think it's, gracefully exiting is not a difficult thing to master, and even if you had to euthanize animals, a minor price compared to the perpetual harm that takes place through even just the mortality of the young. I mean, preventing one generation would already justify killing the previous generation. Yeah, well, deers, I think, should just be exterminated. Just keep them in zoos. You don't need deers that serve any function, just environmental blight. Yeah, well, should hunt hunters. Yeah, well, obviously, cute is irrelevant. Not all zoos are horrible, and it's just silly to put it all in the same category. Many animals in zoos live much better lives than they live in the wild. I don't know what elf is, so if you want to ask another dumb question, I can always just block you. I really not entertained by questions that are a waste of my time. Yeah, I don't see any point in saving animals for any purpose. There's no point in saving whales because we'll just hunt them. No point in saving anything. And liberating animals is, well, what's the point? You're just going to make whatever they're doing more expensive. So you just have to pay for more security cameras and more barbed wire and all this other crap. So I don't see the point of doing that either. I'm not much of a person for civil disobedience as political movement. I'm for civil protest, but I'm not for breaking the law to fix the law. Cows aren't a natural animal anymore, so there's no place for them in the environment. And most of them are genetically modified to be monstrosities. So it's like asking, well, Frankenstein made Frankenstein. You're going to let old Frankenstein let him loose and go have Frankenstein babies. What would be the point in that? You wouldn't want to make Mrs. Frankenstein. You don't want to do that. Well, I'm just saying, they really are. You're not going to find a natural cow or a natural chicken, or none of these animals are natural. None of them. ducks. Ducks seem to survive in the wild fairly well, but they're still kind of fucked up. I mean, you often see it here with mallard duck. There'll be a domesticated white duck that escaped that'll be trying to fuck a mallard. Yeah, well, just can't wait, Billy. I don't know. Does Billy say anything decent? Oh, he's an ass kisser. Peace out, whatever. I'm big on that peeps crap either. Billy's kind of gay, I think. Peeps. Who the fuck uses the word peeps? You really think seeing a dinosaur would be all that cool? I figure, like, yeah, it'd be like Jurassic Park. Like, oh yeah, it's really cool for a second, and then you say, wait a minute, where's this thing going to piss? You know, what the fuck? Who's cleaning up after this monster? I mean, I don't know. I think you get tired of it pretty quick. Like having an elephant for a pet or something. Yeah, it'd really be cool for 5 minutes, and then I'd be like, oh fuck, I have to feed this thing? Yeah, I got some big ass crocodiles in like Australia or something. You got like 1,000-pound crocodiles. So yeah, it's pretty much a dinosaur. Like jumping to a tiger exhibit. Yeah, I heard about the tiger guy, I think. Yeah, it's kind of a rotten way to go, I would think. Like, well, I don't know, they're all rotten ways to go, right? So I guess it's not too bad. Compared to what? Compared to cancer, if he fell has cancer. I don't really see what the difference is. An asteroid's going to get you in a millisecond, and black hole will get you in a millisecond. So, I don't know, millisecond versus millisecond. Not much of a comparison. shit written down on my fucking thing here. Well, maybe I'll write shit as... There, now I have shit. Notepad. Yeah, everybody's got excuses. Finally jumped off the radio town. Who cares? Who cares? Who cares? Oh, what? Somebody did something insane on planet Earth today. 7 billion people. What a surprise. Something crazy happened. Determinism is important to my philosophy. Well, I'm the same with the alternative to determinism. Magic fairies did it. Well, magic fairies are running the universe, and I guess that would be significant. Yeah, I've had happy times, for sure. I have some, every day. I have some happy time every day. Just about. Don't really go for this all caps crap shit face. Who cares? Yeah, some crazy person kills people on planet Earth. Every day that happens. You know how uninteresting it is? Yeah, it's profoundly uninteresting. I mean, why don't you give me a report on all the people who had a brain aneurysm yesterday and dropped the fuck dead, like, at grandma's house or at work or while driving a car? Why don't you give me that report? Well, look, theoretically, this whole killing thing is, maybe you're doing somebody a favor. I mean, frankly, you're probably better off dead. Yeah, well, I don't think great guy. Obviously I think you can big picture yourself into saying, how could it possibly matter? In a world this ludicrous, killing 7 sorority girls, who cares? Fuck, compared to what? Compared to what goes on in a slaughterhouse every day? How does it matter? How could it possibly be significant? Yeah, well, what if it's my sister? That would mean that the only reason why it matters is because it means something to me personally. So my subjective attachment, my fake and phony appreciation should somehow be evidence of why it matters. No, of course it's not matters. It's not evidence of it mattering. I mean, look, the truth is, what are these people got to look forward to? Oh, like, yeah, the one girl's mother was going to get breast cancer in 2 years, and she'd have to spend the next 10 years taking care of her mother, and she didn't go to college, and she didn't finish this, and didn't get her degree, so she worked as a waitress, she got raped 4 times, and then she got vaginal cancer and died. I mean, I'm just saying, what do you think these people are missing out on? Oh, drama. The soap opera didn't continue. You know, oh, what a horror. The soap opera was canceled. Oh my, isn't that awful? No more soap opera. Oh. I don't think Wayward would off himself without saying goodbye or something. Had satisfactory relationships with women, and it doesn't change the fact that life is stupid. I mean, just it's a nice distraction. It's like playing a video game, but it doesn't resolve the fundamental doom. In some ways, just makes it worse because then you're caught up in somebody else's welfare. It's just more crap to worry about. Perfect woman is kind of a weird concept. I don't like all caps, so, side nonsense. You either figure out how to type like everybody else, or I'll ban you.
Good evening to you, Gary.
Right, look at that. It's Paul's ego. Yay. I do see your smiling face quite often. I have my indexing tool, and it does index your videos, and so I see your icon. It's just smiling Paul. That's kind of funny. I mean, you're probably the most misrepresented icon. When I think about it, it's like a lot of your icons are you smiling or something. And you are kind of a gloomy guy.
Yeah. It does tend to catch me. YouTube back in the old days, and I'm too lazy to go back to change them now that you can pick your own. I'm not about that shit. I'm not designing a thumbnail, and so they get my face however it fucking gets frozen.
Yeah, well, you just have that kind of face, though, too. Like, you do have kind of a friendly, nice guy kind of... You are kind of like one of those faces, where you don't think of you as a... You know what I mean? I mean, you kind of know that kind of thing, right? Like, there's some people who you just say, oh, there's no way they could be a fucking axe murderer. Not that that's accurate, but you know what I mean? You just have that feeling.
Well, thanks. I guess there are worse things to be than friendly looking, I guess.
Well, I just mean, yeah. Well, it is. It might be something, because of your weight too. You're not double chin fat, but you know what I'm saying. You kind of got that roundness, and it's always, So I have the opposite kind of effect that's happening to me. My face is getting longer and more like Skeletor. It's like I think I scare people now.
I've been lurking a little bit tonight, and just kind of listening.
Yeah, I'm disappointed. It's kind of a failure night, so I feel a little bit embarrassed just because it really hasn't been much of a night. But, it's kind of like that's sort of like the dominant tendency now. It's so hard to... I mean, I know part of it's just my own rigidity in conversational tolerances. I've just become so intolerant on having conversations about shit that we should just blow up, It's like... No, that's on the blow-up list. We're not going to talk about fixing that. That's blowing up. And then you have this stuff that's worth fixing. And it's like nobody wants to do... I don't know what to say. I mean, I'm becoming a very bad captain of this boat. Because, I'm really, like... We're going after the white whales. Fuck all of you jackasses. It's white whale. I don't give a shit about money. I don't give a shit about anything. I gotta get that fucker.
Yeah, I get the feeling listening to you that you're kind of tired of making the same arguments, having to refute the same things. You've been talking about one topic for years now, basically.
I know, but I've been talking about some of these other topics even longer. It's like I've been, I was just reading one of my old websites, the old fan linked me to, and, it was 20 years ago that I wrote my theory on democracy. That we need to reform the democracy, get rid of the geographic bias, blah, blah, blah. And it's 20 fucking years, and it's like, you can't have a conversation about anything with these fucking morons on Earth. It's like, it's just, like, it's just so hopeless. They can't understand anything. It's like you say, well, cops should have cameras on their head. Oh, that's a crazy idea, but then they'd be accountable. We don't want to do that. Like, how can people be against audio recording, police procedure? You know what I'm saying? Just simple things. You say, well, wouldn't it be just sensible to have at least an audio recording?
Yeah, or in this day and age, video.
Well, I just mean that even if people are afraid of the video for some reason, because it's too much technology or it's too expensive, the audio costs almost nothing. That you could do all day for nothing.
Pause. Gary, how can I read your theory of democracy? How can I access it?
Yeah, you gotta know the magic words, and you gotta have really good dance steps. I don't remember. It says there's a link somewhere, but anyway, I've made videos on it. I have a channel devoted to it. So go to the channel. What's it called? Somebody knows. IR voting.
Justice.
No, IR voting. IR voting.
IR voting.
IR voting.
Okay. Play.
No, it explains it all there. Might even have a link to the text. The first video on IR voting might have a link to the text portion, but it's basically I'm just explaining what's in the text portion. But is I was arguing this on the internet long before YouTube. And, yeah, I was just getting nowhere. I mean, people would just nitpick and naysay, nitpick and naysay. And you're just like, wow, this doesn't take any effort at all. It won't cost us anything to do this the right way. Why don't we do it the right way? I mean, just, fuck. It's like even my education reform idea, it cost a few $1 million. Few $1 million, and you can find out whether you end up with kids graduating from high school when they're 13. I mean, it's just stupid.
Well, I mean, the problem is that there's an entrenched interest in continuing to do things the wrong way. That's why we can't do things the right way.
I know, but the entrenched interest it doesn't even seem to be the people who are actually interested. You know what I mean? It's like there's so many poor people that are for the rich. There's a guy living in a trailer, and he's like, oh yeah, Donald Trump saved the world. He gave us all jobs. You're just like, how can they be so stupid? I mean, they're just all so fucking dumb. So I mean, it's not even their special interest. It's like the people defending cops aren't all people that have a cop in the family. I don't think they are, anyway. But maybe that's it, that there's always 7 degrees of separation from a special interest. So even if you don't have a special interest, you know somebody who has a special interest. So you have to protect them. It is tough doing philosophy on the internet, I'll say that. It's getting, I mean, I always have these periods of discouragement, but, I always just mush on through. But I really need something positive to happen. I really have to get something to work.
You thought about moving these over to the Google Plus side of things?
Yeah, well, I've thought about it, but I mean, I'm just so anti-Google. I mean, I just can't stomach doing Google stuff. I just hate Google Plus. I hate Google. I mean, Google's just is so evil. I mean, the internet should not be run by Google. It's just awful. I mean, Google, when you look at the way they don't even index YouTube videos anymore. So, I mean, Google's an indexing company, and it doesn't even index YouTube videos properly. And then it doesn't even, what's the sense of Google doesn't even Google the comment section on YouTube. So it doesn't index any of the comments on YouTube, yet it indexes comments on blogs. And you're saying, what sense does that make? I mean, they're giving us the internet, and they're basically saying YouTube comments somehow aren't on the internet.
Well, no argument for me, it's a piece of shit, but I don't know.
Well, I mean, it's better than some of this other technology, I have to concede, but I mean, even, like I said, even when Google does something right, I mean, obviously I can't, it's just they're too evil for me to say, look, I had this thing with Bill Gates, I wouldn't play with Bill Gates, and I'm just not going to play with Google, not by choice. But yeah, I mean, the networking thing is important, and I don't do any of it. I don't do the Facebook, and I don't do the Twitter, and I don't do the Tumblr, and I don't do the Bumbler, and I don't do any of this shit. I know you're supposed to do it, and you probably should do it. I'm not a nice guy, I'm just not personable. I just don't network well. I mean, my cult will tell you that I'm really a horrible cult leader.
Well, I disagree on the nice guy thing. I don't think you have to kiss ass to everybody that comes into your room to be a genuinely nice guy. I think you're a short guy. Not short in stature, but just you got a short fuse, you got a low tolerance.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's and that's the frustrating part is that I'm even when I don't have it, I'm not rewarded for not having it. It's like every time I try not to be short fused, it's like these, It's almost like you let somebody talk and you say, oh, gee, that was a mistake, because this guy just spent 5 minutes babbling. You know, and that's irritating too. It's just so, I mean, it's just this medium is so it just isn't working, and it should work. I really think it should work, that intelligent people should be able to have conversations on the internet that make everybody else smarter instead of dumber. It's like the failure is somehow universal, and somehow, even though we have all these different styles, nobody's succeeding to do it right. I mean, not without turning the content into crap. But that just might be an indication that things are just so bad. I mean, the average person is just too caught up in their, you know, Humvee life or whatever it is. They're, you know.
I think the fucked up thing is that you've got to play the game. In order to get a foot in the door, you've got to play the stupid game. You've got to do the fucking community interaction stuff, and you've got to do the glad handing to get anywhere. You can't just skip right to it. At least not that I've found. You know.
Well, yeah, I mean, you know, you could always send some complimentary, like, Oprah-shaped cookies to Oprah or something. You know, I mean, the real shortcut, right, is just get some celebrity to adopt you. You know. But yet it's hard to break through the cement ceiling. But just as a mechanism, I still am surprised how little. I mean, we just live. It's the whole culture thing. I mean, cable TV is the real failure, right? In the sense that it just turned back into commercial TV. So all the content is driven by the idiots who click on, you know, buy things based on ads. And so there's no like mechanism for financing content that exists for the sole purpose of, you know, creating good content. It's like I had this idea of having a TV show where you'd have contestants that actually produced a TV show, right? And the idea would be the contest would be whoever could make the best TV show, right? And that guy would get a TV show. And it just seemed like a really great idea because you're like creating a TV show about creating TV shows that are actually good shows, you know? And, but instead you get American Idol. You know, useless crap where you have a dime a dozen singers sing somebody else's songs. And you're saying, why does that work? It's not even original content. It's not like, you know, it's stupid. They don't even play instruments.
You got to consider the audience, or the intended audience, I guess.
Well, you know what I'm saying, though. Isn't that just kind of, I mean, I can understand beauty pageants. Okay, let's fake a little bit of this performance art shit.
In better ways, you know, Eddie Murphy and Dan Aykroyd did it better, but that's what it is now. That's all it is, and that's the way you have to think. You have to think simplistic.
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned Dan Aykroyd in the movie, and the first thing that came to mind was what's her face's tits. You know, so it is kind of funny that, oh yeah, the movie doesn't mean much to me as a movie, but yeah, I remember, oh yeah, her tits were great. They had that little shot of what's her face's tits, and I said, wow, she has amazing tits. Oh yeah, I mean, obviously you could just make me happy by having the tit show, you know. I mean, I was really happy when they had that man show. I mean, the girls on trampoline thing. Yeah, I was like, okay, yeah, give me a half hour of the girls on trampoline. I like that. That's a show. The rest of this shit, these guys being funny, fuck that crap. Yeah, girls on trampoline. That's a show.
You gotta find a way to introduce that message, and you just have the disadvantage of having a message that's hard to dress up. It's an ugly act, you know, and it's hard to dress that up and make it palatable. I know you were talking about that earlier, and I was trying to think of ways. It's a tough sell.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that I've always failed even on the subjects that shouldn't be as tough. So I guess that's the part that bugs me, is that this failure to communicate is systemic. So even before I was telling people their whole life is shit, and I was just trying to explain how, you know, deficit spending doesn't work. It's so strange how you can't migrate people to some. Like you're saying, like, why should, there, wayward guy isn't dead. Some guy said you committed suicide, so I guess you did.
No, not yet.
Technically, you didn't. You only attempted it, failed.
Yes, precisely.
Yeah, you drank some very warm water, but it didn't kill you. But yeah, you get into, like, again, like, even just the economy issue, and you're saying, like, you know, you have a conversation with people, you say, look, we could have not-for-profit businesses. We don't have to have businesses with owners. That's another idea that just seems so simple to me, so obvious to me, that the owners don't play any really meaningful role. All you need is the people managing the company. As long as you have accountability, how could this possibly not work better? And it's you know, it's better for the consumer, better for the worker. How could that be a bad idea? And it's like you can't sell this to anybody.
Yeah, I've been on this focus on one issue angle, like recently in my personal life, and a little bit, you know, on YouTube, where I'm trying to talk guns. I'm trying to say, can I talk sense to people on one issue that should be, in my opinion, a no-brainer? And you can't. I mean, there's just, like, you make no headway whatsoever. And it's frustrating. So I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, even just simple ideas, like my policy on guns would be, okay, you can't really ban them, there's too many of them, it's already, the horse is out of the barn, so you guys gotta find some way to, you know, seduce the horse back to somewhere like the corral or something. Corral the horse. And so, like, you know, my attitude would be, well, let's have better accountability. So let's make people more responsible if their gun is ever used in a malicious crime, or, you know, these kind of things, or accidentally kills a kid. That, you know, you all pay into an insurance fund to pay a price for that. So the gun owners have to pay a price for the social cost of guns being used in these malicious ways. And, you know, that just seems so rational in the sense that, okay, yeah, you're really only just applying the real cost, the real social cost of guns. And you can't even get that to go anywhere.
Yeah, you know, I've got a few people I know that live in Texas, and recently they had the dudes that were going into fucking burrito shops and restaurants with their ARs and shit, you know, to display their ability to open carry because that's the law. And you can't even talk sense about that. You can't even say, maybe that was a terrible fucking idea. And maybe we as a society need to say, okay, look, you're not bringing a fucking assault rifle into a public place. Like, where do the other people's rights come in? You know, the numbers are there. We know that when there's a gun around, you're more likely to be shot by the gun on accident than for that gun to be used in the, you know, stopping of a crime. So, you know, but you can't even talk sense on that. Like, that's a big nebulous issue.
Yeah, it just seems kind of, because I thought about this, coincidentally, I had a related thought today, because, I had one of those, I don't know whether you've ever had one of those moments where you're like holding a knife in your hand at work or something, and you actually have a thought that, man, I could stick this in somebody's neck. And it's like, for a very brief moment, it's not a very long moment, but for a brief moment, you're basically having a psychotic thought, and you're a little bit concerned that you could actually do it. Like if somebody actually walked through the door at this moment, I would stick this knife in their eye. And I'm saying, I'm just saying as a feeling. So I've had these feelings in my life, and they're very brief. Don't trust me. I don't have any enduring sensation of maliciousness. But even just the idea that I can have that experience was so, it just elucidates me to the fact that you don't want me walking around with a gun on my hip all day. I mean, it just doesn't sound like a great idea.
Yeah, I mean...
I just don't know why. I mean, I would be afraid to go to a bar if there's a bunch of rednecks drinking with guns. Why the fuck would I do that?
I was talking with one of my Texan friends the other day. What you gonna do, Posey? You gonna ban knives next? I said, knives and fucking guns are just... Yeah.
I say, listen, I don't mind. Let's start banning everything. Yeah, let's start from scratch. Let's ban everything and then just reintroduce stuff.
You gonna ban rocks? And it's like, come on, dude. Like, if you can't see the difference between a knife and a fucking gun, let's get real.
Yeah, plus, knives are actually more necessary to society than a gun is.
Well, whatever. I mean, there's lots of guns are necessary for war and all this other stuff, so fuck you, Amanda, you're an idiot.
Well, I mean, for a regular citizen in restaurants.
Yeah, blah, 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 blah. That's not the point. So it's not a relevant reason to say to not recognize the distinction that the real danger of guns is the fact that all you have to do is squeeze the trigger. Knives require you to have dexterity and for you to get bloody and it's personal and all that kind of shit. You can smell the guy you're killing if you're going to jab him with a knife. So obviously there's they're fundamentally different as weapons.
Not to mention the destructive capacity of a gun with 20 bullets in it versus a fucking knife. Like, how many people are you going to cut before... you get tackled and wrestled to the fucking ground versus, you've got a fucking machine gun.
Yeah, or you got a bunch of guns. You got a lot of guns. But yeah, no, I mean, it's not even a funny subject. But I mean, yeah, the fact that people are just so comfortable with these power issues, I just think, and it's, again, I mean, you can make all these social arguments about how you just don't enhance society any. Because it's like the pseudo-armor thing and the arrow thing. It's this constant battle about the defenses and the offenses. And so if your defenses get too powerful, then the criminals' offenses are going to get just as, they're going to get more malicious. The criminals are going to kill you and then rob you. You know what I mean? They're not even going to, they're going to say, the guy might have a gun, so I better just kill him. So, I mean, how are you winning in this arrangement with the criminal? If you think you're going to stop crime by carrying a gun, well, then the criminals are just going to run you over with their car.
What bugs me the most, I think, is the way that, like, a really hardcore pro-gun advocate will attempt to make excuses, even in the case of somebody who clearly shouldn't have a gun. They don't want any limits on how you get a gun. Like, nobody will talk supply chain with me. It's like, okay, why don't we start by trying to keep guns from getting into the hands of people who shouldn't have fucking guns in the first place, and take a hard look at how guns are getting into people's hands in general. Start there.
Yeah, well, that was the big joke, though. Is I don't remember if you remember it, but there was a point where they were going to ban guns to people who had been charged with beating their wife. And then they found out they can't do it because, like, 48% of cops, had a battery charge against them from a woman. And so they'd have to disarm all these cops. And it was, it was just like, isn't this such a joke,
talking like, for me, I see such a stupidity to gun accident correlation that for me, I think just like a simple like essay question or something. Like you need to be able to write an essay question, answer an essay question, write 2 paragraphs on why you think you're, you know, capable of having a gun, and then have somebody sit down and read it and say no to the people who clearly are fucking too dumb to write an essay.
Or hold somebody accountable, you know what I mean? Have somebody whose job it is to make these decisions and let them be accountable for who they gave a gun to. Accountable, not like you're going to go to prison, but, you know, monetarily accountable, like you get half your salary taken back or something, you know what I mean? You know, some kind of, you know, you have a real incentive to do your job right. Because obviously these people don't have any...
Yeah, there's like something like 2 million guns a year that go from the United States to Mexico just because the regulations are so lax.
Oh, see, and that's the other thing that I always get.
Yeah, well, that's a whole corporate thing, so I'm sure the gun makers are responsible for that.
Like, you talk to people and they say that, you know, yeah, well, if you shut down guns that are sold here in America, then people will just buy them on the black market. I can't figure out where the fucking black market is coming from. You know, people are saying, well, they're importing guns from Latin America and South America and shit across the border, but I hear that we're exporting guns across the border, so what the fuck?
Well, it's like straw purchasers. You can buy like a dozen guns and just go in.
Well, will you turn your mic down? God damn it, Vander guy, your mic is too loud. I mean, you're obnoxious anyway, but your mic is too loud, which just makes you more irritating. Well, I think that's more of these issues too, is it's all this designer, you know, good style guns. You know, we manufacture functional guns, you know what I mean, 9mm, that kind of shit. But people want the, you know, the whatever, the Bulgarian-made AK-47 knockoff or something, you know. And those are a lot of the ones that go through Mexico. I mean, I don't think it's legal. I don't know if there's any company that can legally make Uzis anymore, but you know what I'm saying? There's still a market for them. I don't even know the whole AK-47, like I said. I guess I'd rather get myself a nice Uzi, you know, a nice little handheld machine gun. Yeah, that's pretty cool. But whatever. Like I said, there's just people have to have one of everything. So. Alright, you know, over 300 million guns in this country. 300 million guns. A lot of guns. And I never saw one in my life, you know, in the sense that I never saw one in a house, like, you know. Yeah, just, you know, probably that's the joke of it, right? I mean, if I had access to a gun when I was a kid, you know, frankly, it wouldn't have been a good thing. I mean, I certainly probably would have taken myself out, but I think I probably would have said there's lots of other people that need to go out with me. But I guess that would have been the only good thing, is I would have actually cleaned up some dirty stuff. I would have gotten rid of some bad people instead of these assholes who shoot up nobodies, nothings. that all caps thing again. I don't know how many times you want me to tell you I don't appreciate it. It's really obnoxious. I mean, why do you think what you're saying is more important than what everybody else is saying? I don't know what the nigger thing is for. Is that some use? I don't, what the fuck is that? Yeah, well, I mean, cracker isn't nearly as meaningful, frankly. So maybe we can find out something about your ethnicity and are you Jewish? Because, are you a kike? That's kind of an ugly, disgusting word. How about that?
I mean, cracker has no historical significance attached to it, as far as I know. I mean, obviously, nigger has a ton of it.
Well, I'm just saying, it's anybody who's lived through anybody who's seen people use the word in a malicious way knows what the word is. It's an ugly, disgusting word, and I'm saying it's as ugly as words like kike, he, but these are ugly, disgusting words. Why do you think you just throw them out like they're nothing? Well, fuck you.
Historical significance of cracker, or whip, crack.
Well, who cares? Yeah, we don't need the whole stupid whippy stories and all these stories about stupid words, okay? Who the fuck cares? We know the word doesn't... I don't give a fuck. Somebody call me cracker all day fucking goddamn long, and it's going to mean nothing to me. But if somebody called me a nigger, it'd piss me the fuck off.
Sure, yeah, that's ancient history, A touchy subject.
Yeah, so you just kind of glibly added not much to it. Thank you. I'm gonna fall out of his chair or something. Didn't say goodbye. Bastard. What do you get? Paul. Oh man, what are you drawing there? Come on, what is it? Lots of ink on it now. should be adding up to something by now. Let's see. Cute kitty? See a cute kitty over there. Alright, blobby thing, vagina, hairy, snort, booger. Yeah. Let's see. Amazing atheist, there he is. Okay. Well, it's very horrible. Very good. Made me all shivery and such. Darn. That's very good, though. You did quite a bit of work. I haven't done shit on my painting. I really have to do a painting, I have to do so fucking much. God, I'm so behind. Every day is some kind of shit I gotta do. It's really annoying. Yeah, I ran out of questions. I was like, oh yeah, 2 questions. I mean, I could just ask you, why are you such a dumb motherfucker? Thinking that would be a good question. But I won't get a good answer for that one either.
Hey, Gary, what do you think about the theory of collapse, meaning that the population spiked so much once oil became standard for worldwide economic, blah, blah. What do you think is going to happen once that runs out?
Well, it's like everything else, you transition, so the price will get high enough, then other things become cheap by comparison. blah, blah, blah. So, but yeah, I mean, if you have to change what you spend money on, you know, you spend 10% of your money on something, and you spend 30%, that means you won't spend it on something else, and so the transitions. The real game is all the debt and all the other stuff. That's the bigger burden to overcome.
Right.
But, you know, energy is obviously a problem, but I mean, it's not insurmountable just because we waste so much energy, you know. I mean, I did it myself. I mean, I was rather frugal, but I really wasn't, you know, because I got pissed off at the electric company for fucking me over. And so I've actually cut my electric use in half. And, it, you know, it wasn't that inconvenient.
Yeah, seems like it might be a good time for people to start educating themselves on how to grow their own food and things like that. You know, I'd be able to share.
Well, growing your own food is bullshit, actually. So I tell you the truth. I mean, you know, food production on small-scale food production is incredibly inefficient compared to large scale. So that's one of those things where scale is important. You know, because you got pesticides and all kinds of things you have to control, and you know, and you know, doing it on a small scale is just not very practical.
Well, what I mean by that is like if the price of energy spikes or whatever, it's going to be a lot more expensive to buy things like produce. So if you have any land available, it'd be useful to put it to use.
Well, I know, but making more food isn't going to make if food is very expensive to grow energy-wise, so this is not necessarily going to fix your problem, you know. And so you'll get a couple of years out of the land, but unless you put food back in the land, you know, you're not going to get food out of the land, kind of thing. So even that doesn't work. You know, creating a new farm is not as simple as just saying, oh, I'm just going to plow up the dirt and plant some shit and everything will be fine. Well, that ain't going to work in the long term.
Yeah.
So it's a little more complicated. And everybody lives in urban areas now anyway. You know, most of the human population is in cities. So, you know, you're not going to fix the city problem with a bunch of people who are trying to grow tomatoes on their balcony.
True. The food does take a long time to produce if you grow it yourself. So there's that too.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying it's an energy in kind of problem, but that is the problem. But the real problem is going to be is when the rich can't make money off of us, will they close everything down? You know what I'm saying? Will they lose money to feed us? Will they lose money to give us electricity? And that's where I'm saying that's when things are going to have to, we're going to have to make a decision. Either the government's going to take over or not. But I mean, there's no, you know what I'm saying? There's not going to be any incentive for the rich to provide you food and energy if they can't make money. Right? They're not going to give it to you for free. So that's when things get dicey.
Yeah, that goes against the whole model of the system of, if you want to call it capitalism. They won't do anything if it's not profitable, as you know.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying a for-profit business isn't the way to run everything, and especially in an economy that's, being hit by a resource crisis. Yeah, there's not going to be room for making money.
Yeah, it's going to be really no knowing how it's going to go down. It's going to be pretty chaotic, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's hard to predict. I mean, I wish I could, because then it could be, I could have a claim to fame and all that shit, but, yeah, it's got too many moving parts.
lot of people say, like, when the collapse or whatever comes, they're gonna go out in the woods with their guns and, live off the land and all that. But I think so many people have that idea the woods are gonna be full of paranoid survivalists with guns. So woods really wouldn't be a safe place.
Yeah, well, I don't think any place is safe. Everybody's such a... Look, read some of these comments. I mean, these people are just assholes.
Oh man, I live in a city, dude. It's pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, so, I mean, we're just...
Yeah, at least in this country, this is a weird place to live.
Yeah, I mean, I have a survivalist mentality in terms of my personal, I'm a man kind of thing, so I'm going to do the man thing and survive, but, obviously I'm not going to, logically, I'll know there's no point in fighting for it, but I'm just saying, I have a tendency to be a fighter, obviously, I mean, my tendency is to fight. I mean, I'd probably be very good at it, actually. I'd be very good at, being ruthless and all that kind of shit. I could just, I can imagine myself being quite good at it. But I'll never do it, I don't think. I mean, I don't think I'll find enough purpose in survival to become a cockroach. Yeah, well, I did have a debate with Stefan Molyneux, like, 4 years ago, 3 years ago. And, yeah, I mean, it was a recorded thing, and, I pointed out how this doesn't make any sense. Yeah. And, I don't remember exactly how it went down, but, yeah, I mean, of course, I think I won the argument, obviously.
Yeah, where is that?
It must be on YouTube somewhere, right? I mean, it should be on one of my channels.
I'll have to find that.
Yeah, I don't know whether I would put his name in there. What was his? He used to have some kind of name. What was his name? Something Bot or Steph Bot? F-Bot?
Oh, I had no idea that was the same person.
Yep, that was him. There's so many people. There's not that many people. Really? I mean, there's 7 billion people on Earth. There's only 55 people in here, right? Not too many people. I mean, I used to average at least 100 anyway, right? So not even many by my own standards. But to me, this is the definition of failure. A huge definition of it. It's like a preposterous failure. Yeah. Tardy. It's quite tardy. Hey, somebody there, Terry. Yeah, question for you. Yeah, okay, good. Questions. Questions.
How do you think the cookie will crumble in the end for humans?
Oh dear. Glow in the dark green crumbly bits. Yeah, I mean, my the end's going to be some sort of dystopia. Probably some sort of half-nuclear, messy thingy, some kind of other. And it'll be a bunch of tribal crap. It'll go back to, you know what I'm saying? It'll go back to Indian nations all over the place, you know, the clan and the this clan and the that clan, and you know, be all this. It'd just be a bunch of clan wars. You know, people would just steal each other's shit and whack each other, you know, and the women will still keep having the babies. And they just keep reading the numbers. But some of, you know, the Indian nations were a lot like that, you know what I mean? They didn't have, like, sustainable population. You know what I mean? They killed each other, you know, they attritioned each other to pieces all the time. And that's how they maintained the population. So they're still having 10 kids. It's just that most of them got whacked. So, like, the Postman movie is probably something like reality, you know what I mean? I mean, something like what the dystopia will be like, you know? Like the Postman movie, you know, little colonies of humans in their barricaded fortress, you know, eking out a cruddy little existence in a sick and not great world.
Yeah, when I was thinking about it the other day, I was thinking that it would be something biological that wipes out a huge chunk of the population as opposed to like actual human endeavor, like a nuke. I could see a nuke, but I was thinking it would be some sort of epidemic that we.
Yeah, I just think we have enough control over that kind of thing scientifically that I just don't see that being a huge threat, you know. I mean, I could see it being possible that you could wipe out a few million people with something. You know what I mean? It's not a surprise, mutated, you know, swamp thing, kind of, you know, bacteria or something. But I'm just saying, once we know what the game is, we can catch it pretty quick and control it and quarantine and all that kind of shit. So I don't see that as being devastating. Yeah. Well, I mean, colonizing other planets, I think that really makes sense. You're going to spend $25 million to send a 150-pound human into space. You know, per human, it's going to cost you like $25 million per human to move humans to some colony somewhere. That's after you spent a huge amount of money to build a colony. I wonder how you're going to be able to afford that. Do you think you make enough money in a year to, you know, pay for your trip to Mars? Well, it's just silly to say cost will not be an issue. It's just silly. It's a silly, retarded thing to say. Why, you know, I don't even know what to say. I mean, I just can't. I'm so sick of. What are you? 7 years old? Or you haven't gotten through the 7th or 4th grade yet? You know? Well, he's not going to be able to keep expanding, so it's not going to be a problem. Don't worry. As soon as, again, once the food gets too expensive, you're not going to be able to give it to people for free anymore. And people will die. I don't even know what that means. Bureau seems like he means well. Okay, so let's just take the math fails example. He doesn't recognize him by face. He doesn't recognize him by voice. He doesn't recognize him by style. Then he claims he lived with people he didn't even live with. He doesn't know anything about the people he talks about or to that he says he's having some sort of meaningful relationship to. You're saying that seems like he means well. I don't understand. No, he means nothing. He thinks nothing but Puro. He's so self-obsessed. It's a joke. Didn't even watch his own conversation with Das Spook. I mean, you have a 6-hour conversation with somebody, you get drunk and don't remember 3 hours or 4 hours of it, and then you don't even bother to watch it to see what the other guy said. No, I'm just saying, whether he treats people okay in terms of he's not verbally abusive, fine, but he obviously has no respect for them. Yeah, well, he's always talking about these things, and we'll see what he does.
So,
Yeah, I don't see any point.
yesterday,
Sorry, the Puro dispute conversation was just a bunch of mush. Go ahead, known guy.
it wasn't, I suppose it's somewhat related to that weird topic about spirituality, but it's just, this guy came to our campus, yesterday and spoke about this article he wrote. It was a dialogue between two college professors, on whether or not we should prefer that God exists, which is completely separate from the conversation of whether or not God actually does exist and whether or not it's verifiable. And I just thought it was a waste of time.
Well, I suppose, but yeah, I mean, I guess it's, you could ask the question, is there, from the nihilist perspective, I mean, from the selfish perspective, obviously, if you're going to say, well, what's best for you in life? Okay, living a lie or living the truth? I mean, clearly, in a world this broken, living the lie is to your own personal advantage. So you could argue that as a personal therapy, the lie of God might be for the best. But obviously, as a social construct, it totally fails.
I agree. I think that the gentleman's name was Stephen Davis. He was the one who came to speak at our campus. But I got to have lunch with him and talk to him face to face about the article, and I think he just glazed over a few issues that atheists and agnostics, whatever, have with the idea of God. I think he just totally sidestepped them.
Well, I know, but I guess there's a certain point where you'd say that, the agnostics and the atheists aren't providing much of a philosophy to replace God theory, right? Their philosophy is basically a selfish, nihilistic pile of shit. And so, as a construct, I'm just sort of saying that my contempt for the narcissistic, selfish atheist is just as, if not greater than, my contempt for the fundamentalist Christian. I mean, a human being who can't recognize their obligations to the other sentient life on planet Earth, is as low as you can go.
That's the interesting thing, though. The professor's names were William and Jill was for preferring that God exists, and William was arguing against the idea. And William makes this argument about autonomy and how we really have more power than we acknowledge to impact our world in a positive way. And I thought that was a really good point. So it's not like this guy pulled any punches or sort of made a straw man out of the atheist.
Yeah, well, again, I'm just saying, though, it really doesn't do any good to have atheists if atheists aren't going to be providing some sort of more coherent, logically coherent replacement philosophy. If their replacement philosophy is not logically coherent to reality, because they're not recognizing a fundamental truth or value, then it can't be any better than the lie, right? I mean, the fable it just doesn't matter. If you're wrong, right? The wrong answer, it doesn't matter if the wrong answer is made up nonsense or nothing. Made up nonsense is just as bad as nothing. I mean, wrong answer is wrong answer, I guess that's all I'm saying. So if the atheists aren't going to get the right answer, they're just going to point to some other wrong answer and say, I know that answer is wrong, but I don't know what the right answer is. Well, that's no better than being wrong.
Yeah, I guess you could say he wasn't really playing with the full deck from the get-go, so.
Oh, that's a bad comparison. It's not exactly like Democrats and Republicans. I mean, Republicans are times the speed of light squared worse than Democrats. So. I think we're done with this sweet asshole. Talk shit.
So Gary, a question on the more practical side is that Oregon, if you were to initiate some sort of chain reaction between you two, destruction.
So I do the first half again. How was the change something?
Some sort of change. Well, I mean, obviously, if we could press a big red button and just boom, goes the dynamite. I mean, that would be ideal. We don't have that. What we would see in the destruction of the planet would be a huge chain of events that would lead to the destruction of either entire biospheres or
Well, I'm just saying, the wind down process is just a wind down. So I'm just saying that theoretically, I'm just not going to envision humans winding down fairly easily, right? They're already doing it, except for the dumbest people on Earth. So if you stop the dumbest people on Earth from having kids, you're going to wind down humans. And then other big mammals are easy. I mean, obviously, it's pretty easy to cause their extinction, right? It doesn't take much to to make them a fragile population. So that would be pretty easy to control. And then you're stuck with reptiles and insects in the end. So I'm just saying that once you're down to reptiles and insects, yeah, you nuke it from space.
Yeah, I'm beginning to remember why antinatalism is so fundamental to this.
I mean, it's all going to get nuked from space eventually. So, I mean, again, we're just talking about doing it deliberately and gracefully rather than doing it messy and sloppy. So, why wait for the asteroid disaster or, the massive volcanic whatever that's going to be created by that, or the huge tidal wave that'll wipe out 50% of the human population? Why wait for the ecological disaster that'll slowly swamp things back into prehistoric times anyway? And eventually there's going to be something to be just completely catastrophic. I mean, at any moment we could be eviscerated by a beam of radiation from a dying, black hole or something. Yeah, I don't think the sun's going to get us, but I think something from out there will, a comet or an asteroid. There's going to be another big impact eventually. I mean, it happens every few thousand years. You have something really, really big. And the planet's sort of due for a really big one.
I just can't really imagine this planet sustaining human life for more than another 100 years. I just can't really imagine what that would be.
Yeah, I just think there's too much to, we're obviously still so violent. And, I just see that getting out of hand eventually. I mean, look at this rhetoric that we're doing with Russia over the stupid fucking nothing country. And it's all this, like, we're going to do sanctions, and we're going to do this, and we're going to, we're trying to push each other's buttons, and we're on the button. I mean, this is just not the kind of thing you want to fuck with. It's, oh yeah, we'll give them an incentive to put more nukes on planes and more nukes in submarines. Why would you give them an incentive to do that? Well, I mean, why worry is a stupid question to ask. I mean, if you recognize the value of suffering, you recognize that it doesn't matter who's doing it. If somebody's proposing to break everybody's leg tomorrow, why wouldn't that bother you? If I had the real prospect that I made a deal with the Martians, they're going to come here tomorrow and break everybody's leg, you wouldn't worry about that? You wouldn't think that's a problem? I mean, they're going to break your mommy's leg, your daddy's leg, everybody you know, they're going to break their leg. It wouldn't bother you. Well, you're too stupid. I mean, I don't know why I let you stay in the room. I mean, you made stupid comments before, but that's just too stupid. Oh, you wouldn't worry. Well, I hope you get it as bad as you can, fuckhead. Man, what a useless pile of shit. Can't even acknowledge that everybody getting a broken leg tomorrow would be something to be a little concerned about.
People just underestimate the magnitude of harm that occurs on this planet.
Yeah, well, it's just the waste of it. I mean, not to recognize waste. I mean, it's right there in front of you, waste. Right? Totally unnecessary. The cat's asleep under the car tire, and you can just wake the cat up, everything will be fine. Or the cat can run over, and these people can't even say, oh yeah, let's wake the cat up. I mean, somehow it's cost them too much. Oh, wait, it's going to cost me 1.7 cents. Wait, that's too much. I just don't, you can't, there's no point in having a conversation with people that's stupid. I mean, but it's not even stupid isn't the right word, right? This isn't stupid, it's beyond stupid. Yeah, well, whatever. She's due with apartment. Joe's fucking die or something, too.
Wow, that was a classic comment.
Well, I don't even know why some gray guy didn't clean all that shit up. I mean, the point where you just say, come on, this guy hasn't typed something rational in 15 minutes. I mean, not that I care. I don't read the comment section much, but it would be nice to be able to look at it now and then and see something rational. Okay, I'm not getting on your ass about this. Like I said, I don't want you to be banning everybody anyway, so it's not really your deal. It's sort of my responsibility to draw that line. So I sort of understand. I'm just disappointed. I mean, you just keep saying, yeah, you shouldn't have. This shouldn't be the internet. This shouldn't be what we have to deal with. Why should I have to waste my time having conversations with people that can't admit they don't want a broken leg? I mean, come on. I shouldn't have to do that. I shouldn't have to have a conversation with people that can't admit I don't want to have a broken leg. Well, some shit on that list can be dealt with, but you're not gonna fix the fundamental mechanism, which is feed me, 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 feed me. That's not gonna. Yes, he's a Nazi Jew too. I don't know what that means. Doesn't sound like a proper response. Maybe I'll just ban on here. Well, you would think it would be an oxymoron, but there are something like godly atheists, I suppose. Spiritual atheists. Apparently that's not an oxymoron. So, a lot of dumb, smart people.
I feel like human beings should aspire to be ethical or spiritual.
Well, I think they should aspire to be everything before spirit. I think they should put their head up their own ass before they're being spiritual.
Yeah, it comes back to that point you were making earlier about the sorts of explanations that make it easier for people to live their lives and just get by. That whole feed me thing, and that really is what it is.
Yeah, and it's just finding ways to make it all sound like it's a grander story. So the spiritualism thing is just basically putting the old Jedi angle on it. I'm a Jedi Knight, and I'm going to fight my way with my lightsaber to the McDonald's and get my Big Mac and go home and eat it. Yeah, so I'm a Jedi. I mean, they're just trying to add some kind of story. Lord of the Rings, The onion rings. Yeah. Lord of the Onion Rings. That would probably be a good spoof, right? Lord of the Onion Rings. Yeah, Yellow Brick story about this guy's quest, to find, a 45-cent discount coupon on onion rings. Whatever. Blah, 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 blah. Look at that. I can type it all capital.
Gary, what does spirituality mean to you? Just curious, semantically speaking.
It's just a silly word. That's what it means. It means absolutely nothing. Irrelevant. Cartoon talk.
How can you disagree with something you don't define, though?
Well, I don't have to define it. I just defined it, didn't I? I said it's a silly word. It means nothing.
No, you're just banalizing it.
Well, whatever. You can say nonsense over and over again, but that doesn't mean I'm obligated to say anything more than I've said on the subject. I give it no credibility or meaning as a concept in reality. It has no correlation to anything real. It's made up mush.
Isn't that just a color of spirituality? That would be complete nonsense, or is it all spirituality altogether? The whole Taoist ideal?
Yeah, the whole everything connected to the word spirituality is nonsense. As soon as you put the word spirituality on it, you're basically just saying asshole.
So, have you ever read Plutarch? Would it be better to call it philosophy?
I don't give a fuck. I haven't read Plutarch, whatever that is, and whatever. I'm just saying there's no correlation to anything spiritual. It's a deterministic universe run by no intelligent forces. That's reality. Everything else is nonsense. Everything else is nonsense. Everything else is nonsense.
Let me talk, come on.
No.
Curious talked about how the spin on the atom.
Who cares? Who cares?
Well, this is what happened last time I tried to have a conversation with you and you banned me.
Having a conversation? You're fucking just being an obnoxious troll.
You're not having a conversation.
No, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not.
Don't try to project yourself on me, Gary.
No, I'm not. I don't need to project anything.
I know you're smart.
Just fuck off.
Start yelling, man.
I know you're an asshole. Jesus Christ. Piece of work. A lovely wasted time. It was spiritual. Spiritual people do that. They troll on the internet with their spirit powers. Oh, look, morality is a dumb word, but I mean, ethics aren't difficult. Shit, dude. I hate to do the golden rule thing, but it really isn't that complicated. You can figure out what's good stuff and what's bad stuff in the world. You just say, oh yeah, let's have good stuff and not bad stuff. I will try to make more good stuff than there is bad stuff. How can you not get that? Or capital letters. Yeah, we're not going to teach reality in the public schools because then they have to explain how your mother and father are lazy. lazy, reckless morons who have no clue what it is to even be decent birds. Did they build a good nest for you to live in? No. Did they fix society before they had you? No. Did they do anything responsible? Are they actually paying the bills? Are they paying my salary? No, we steal the money from people who didn't have kids to pay for you. Maybe. He'll be back. Maybe. Wow. Well, it's all hope and wish really hard. Maybe it'll be okay. Wait, it'll come back. Yeah, well, maybe I'll be here when you get here back. Yeah, maybe I will. Maybe I won't. Yeah. Well, that'll teach him now. I won't be here. Nah. I'll have fake men who show up and pretend to be me and force you to sign in and everything. Be totally fooled. That'll teach you. Ugh. The drink, I guess. I really want coffee, but I have to make it. And why did I do that? Mind command theory. I don't know what that is. Ow, my neck hurts. I have injuries.
Divine command theory is just a moral theory that's centered around the idea that God determines what's moral and what's good and what's bad.
Well, I suppose that would be fine if, God was smart and existed. But if he's not smart and doesn't exist, it doesn't work.
My critique just leads us to the proposition that God is neither good nor evil, on account that if such a God exists as a creator of the universe and all things, then he would have necessarily had to have created good and evil, and is as such is beyond good and evil. So we'd have to throw out the idea that he's all good or perfectly moral. Then we have no reason to really listen to him other than, the threat of being punished with eternal damnation and shit like that.
Well, that stuff doesn't even work. I mean, obviously, if God's a sentient being with an agenda engine, a desire engine, and gets horny and he has to masturbate, one of his masturbations is creating human beings to masturbate on, or whatever he's doing, then you have to have this ethical system. But I mean, obviously, if God is something intelligent things, if they're going to invent something, don't invent things that have friction built into them. You don't invent things that are broken. You know what I mean? You don't invent broken things. You invent things that work and do it work as well as possible. So I'm just saying, if you're going to be an inventor and your invention isn't a solution to a problem, then why would it have waste in it? Why would it have any evil? There would be no necessity to have anything dark or black or negative or, broken or whatever the right word is. Such. I had a teacher in grammar school who used to be a mailman on the weekends. That was weird. having trouble with their box before when I was trying to sign in. It wouldn't let me type in the box at all. So. Their little boxes are fucked up.
Yeah, I'm just not gonna use it anymore. But some, like, most of the commentary down below is kind of stupid, but every now and then you see a good line, it's like, okay. Yeah, do that.
I was here some time ago, talking to, I guess it was a professor who had a beard. He was telling me about Gestalt theory. Can you elaborate a little more?
No. Red Star shouldn't talk. Whatever. Computer entertainments. Yeah.
Elevator is going down.
To where? Some sort of basement area, I presume.
By the way, that was some nice gardening porn you had on your channel there, Gary.
That was pretty good. I'm wearing the same shorts. Look, the same shorts. It was pretty good. As porn, as gardening porn goes, it's a pretty
yeah.
Well, it's what it is. It was funny though. It really didn't bother me, you know. You'd think something like at first I was like, oh no, and I was like, who cares? You know, so what? Who cares? I really didn't care. It was just kind of funny, you know, that I just don't care anymore. Yeah, I really think I could like even do porn now. I think I could do porn like I'd be okay. Yeah, I'm doing porn, no problem. I mean, you know what I mean? You sort of have a, you know, like I just don't. I don't care.
Well, you've got a lot of stuff laying around your house, it seems, so you could probably put together some sort of, you know, sexual device and like make videos with it. That would be interesting.
What? You know, I don't know if I need a device. I don't. You know. I don't know if I really need one. I'm sure I have a collection of such videos too. I don't even need to make one. I could probably just get one off the file and okay, here's one of me fucking the. Oh, and here's one. Well, here's one where I'm. You know. I've done lots of porn videos, but yeah, none with women. But anyway, yeah, I just, I do like that I'm very uninhibited, you know, which is strange because I was very inhibited most of my life. And yeah, it's just kind of a nice feeling to be uninhibited. But I'm also now, you know, too old and useless for it to matter. I mean, it's bad enough to have people that spam videos, but I don't even understand this whole, like, oh, I'm just going to say something stupid in the comments and it'll be so fucking interesting.
He's convinced that you're a Satanist death cult Jew.
Yeah, well, obviously he's not convinced of that. He's just saying it for the fun, like, oh, this will piss Gary off. I don't know. Will it? I don't think it will. This means you're more confident now, Gary. I hope you don't mean me, Gary. I don't know what that means. Oh no. I don't know what that means either. Well, stop reading that crap if I don't understand any of it. Alright, enough of that. Ooh, chicks all over the place. Hello, ladies and such. You are charming, lovely. Yes, charming and lovely. Have anything interesting to talk about? Cute chickens, or, I don't know, fluffy ducks, or other girl talk? Yeah, sorry, that's really so unfair. They're underage. Well, what the hell was I? What am I doing? I'm not picking on them in any particular way, am I? They're not girls. Am I supposed to say they're lovely? What am I supposed to say? Go ride your tricycle somewhere else? What do you want me to say? Well, I'm just saying. Just what's your fucking gripe? Jeez. Jeez. Well, it seems like a gripe to me, but whatever. It's okay. I mean, you know, whatever. Well, yeah, and you don't really know how old they are or any of that stuff. Anyway, hey, is that the Grunos guy?
Yep.
Trapped in Russia, working the Gulag. Oh yeah, I should have commented on your video where, you know, the stupid thing wanted me to sign into my Google Plus account. I didn't do it. I mean, but I should have said something. But I should have said something. I should say something in the what the fuck. I'll have to write that down. But I did enjoy you whacking the Amazing Atheist. That is fun. You know? I do like how people just react like, oh, you just want to shoot people.
Stupid comments. Like, oh, if you're not anti-natalist, then they deserve to be shot or something like that.
Yeah. I mean, you know, the Amazing Atheist deserves to get shot for like 9 million reasons. Least of which is, you know. But anyway, it was enjoyable. I mean, the whole thing was rather witty, you know, the whole cop conversation was good, but yeah, that little ending was just right for me. Yeah. Well, you know, girls are like that. Hard to keep their attention. You know, unless you're doing something interesting like singing or dancing or such. Or makeup. Maybe I should do makeup videos. Well, I mean, Okay, our tiny chat. Makeup video.
You should do one about hair.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what I would do. This is hair. It grows on my head. Video. So, I sort of miss China. She was from Philippinia, too. Philippinia. Right. Or little China. I've lost a lot of women. I should have kept a record of them all. You have to go get your head shaved. It doesn't seem like it would be that difficult a process. Alright, you say you lost all the women. Well, whatever. We're not counting the ones who aren't playing women roles. I mean, But no offense to the ladies. Anyway. I gotta stop saying anyway. Holding me back. If I could stop saying anyway, everything will fall into place, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, well, nobody says anything on camera. That's the whole reason why this room fails so dismally. None of you people know how to have conversations about anything. Or something like that. Well, it's not all your fault, obviously. We are stuck in a... We've already done that, been there and done that, been there and done that problem. We have dissected the entire organism, and there's just no other little gooey parts to talk about. I ought to just segment the show. I have like the first hour's about this, the second hour about that, the third hour about this, the third and fourth hour about that. I should go all that stuff. I really have to do a show. I have to prepare the show for showing. Oh, Wayward's having some little private chat with somebody. Doing a little snarky. Looks like it's being very snarky. I think you should drink more, water and maybe seltzer water. Stuff to get rid of that terrible sticky parts and such. I think it was nagging somebody. Anyway, I did it again. I really can't believe how this fucking word is owning me lately. Oh, he's lip syncing. Pretty bad. Organized myself. Gotta get disciplined. need a girl with a whip.
Look no further than Craigslist.
Well, that's true, but maybe they didn't enjoy it too much. Ooh, yeah, that's a good one. She was good at it. Yeah, I'd like to be her slave for a few years.
Gary, are you a fan of Stanley Kubrick?
No. I mean, he did a couple of good things, but, I didn't care much for, well, I didn't like Clockwork Orange for a lot of reasons, but, just viscerally, it wasn't a fun movie. And, Space Odyssey thing was a pile of shit. What else is he famous for? Back to the Future or something?
Eyes Wide Shut.
Yeah, I think I fell asleep.
Full Metal Jacket?
Man, just all show, no go.
Larry Lyndon?
Death scene. What?
I was saying that one other movie, Barry Lyndon.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, there's a documentary called Room 327, and it's a collaboration of many, I guess they're interpretations of his movies. It's well done, I think.
Yeah, well, whatever. Like I said, it just doesn't mean much to me. I'm just saying, it doesn't mean much to me. I thought 2001: A Space Odyssey was the worst, one of the most overrated piles of shit ever made. Let's see. I think that we made lots of money. Really, what's a lot of money? I think he makes enough to live on, so that's a lot of money. But what pisses me off is they all, both him and Thunderfoot did this Patreon thing where they get paid money, and they were supposed to have no commercials and no ads and all this other crap, and they got more ads than ever. So it's just totally lied. But Thunderfoot is just so annoying. And I didn't realize that Lacey Green or something, she had some kind of she does science videos or I don't know what deal. It's just so funny. You're showing clips from her. And she looks like such a pixie still. Totally weird. So annoying. I'm just saying, what's worse, Lacey Green or Thunderfoot? Eesh. Well, I'm sure TJ's involved in lots of other scams and rip-offs and crookery, so I'm sure he could find some way to make money, stealing money from people on the internet. So I'm sure he had some other rackets going. Well, he was in other plans, though. He was selling Google ads. He's doing all kinds of other crap. So trust me, TJ will always have some kind of backup plan to fuck people over to make money. He'll sell whatever. Yeah, I just don't. The lucid green thing just doesn't work for me. So, I'm not saying that some people couldn't find her fuckable, but it just doesn't, you know. The bobblehead. Well, I know he had other rackets going, like they were fixing up, I don't know, classic cars or something, or some other kind of business he was getting into. Yeah, I don't, yeah, Jacqueline Glenn is just way too, she's just trying too hard to be a personality. But yeah, I like her. Physically, I like her more. She's more interesting. But, yeah, she's not doing, she's just being a whatever personality. Oh, Cult of Dusty. Yeah, I remember that guy, I think. Like a professional wrestler or something. Well, he had some story. I remember he was telling some story, like he had some girlfriend or something who got washed away in a flood or something, and he actually had her hand in his hand, and she slipped out of his hand or something. That was pretty, like, holy shit. That's a life experience. Something like that, anyway. Let's see. I wish you were happy. I am happy. Happy I'm not you. Yay! Yay! I got you. I don't have Wayward's haircut. Yay! Well, it's actually getting better though. Looks pretty natural now. It's getting a little better. Looks a little scruffier, so that's good. And
Remember when I was homeless and I had like the middle part down the middle shit all the time?
don't snort your painting, old man. Stop it. You don't do that. You don't snort your painting on cam. Come on. It's totally wrong to be snorting.
The drawing atomizer.
Snorting a painting. Drawing atomizer. Just flowing paint onto it.
Oh, making fruit drops.
Like, what do you call it? It's like, what do you call that? I used to do some of that. Airbrushing. I used to do airbrushing. Well, it looked like a perfectly interesting, detailed painting, and now you blew a bunch of crap on it. You're not actually squirting shit on it. Holy fuck. It's really insane. Yeah, she's blowing the paint onto the freaking painting. It's terrible, 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 terrible. Next she'll just crumple it up, and then she'll unfold it, and then she'll clean her spoon on it.
I admit, I think I did just fuck it up, but it was worth the experiment.
Oh, shoot, you think so? Yeah, that's what all the procurators say. Yeah, well, I think you should have left well
My
enough
painting is
alone.
gonna have a happy life.
Yeah, I know. That black jizz on it. They doomed. Doomed, I say, doomed. Let's see, don't really remember the last time I had a good day. Wow, that's pretty bad. Yeah, I didn't have a great day for a couple of days, but I'm hoping the pool is going to be warm soon. I'm going to have a great day swimming in the pool or something. Maybe. I really just don't have any. I'm really not interested yet, which surprises me. I'm usually like, ooh, swimming. Not like, I don't want to get wet. Yeah. So, once it gets warm, it'll change. And, I did my garden, and so that's good. I did a garden this year, so that'll give me something to play with. And, so I'm a little bit interested. And what else is there? Got my gardening shorts, so everything will be fine. I'll have good days, lots of good days to come. But really, it's been, last couple of days, it's really just been raining a lot, cruddy and gray and heat. Yeah, well, you have to survive. It's living. You gotta find enough to keep you in the game a little bit. Just enough. Darn. I was hearing your voices in my head. Yeah. Must be an Australian fucker. Yeah, well, anyway, where were we? Oh, that's right. Going nowhere quickly. The elevator to the basement. Oh, everybody's suicidal in here, aren't they? So anybody in this room was not suicidal? Ah, the new user is not suicidal. Well, there you go. Yeah, well. I am the king of all suicidalness. I mean, I can't sit there. It's hard to always, you don't want to sit there and be obnoxious about it, but yeah, probably. I mean, I probably, many times over contemplated suicide much more than you lame-os. I've been doing this for years and years. Yeah, I did have to whack one of my cats. You do have to know how to do it. It's a little tricky. I mean, I did the carbon monoxide thing, but, it's still a little bit, you want to get it right. don't know. Well, haven't you, if you ever mashed something's brain in, mashing something's brain in, it doesn't necessarily look too good. You see the thing squirming around with a mashed in brain and shit, and it's twitchy and crap going on. You're like, ooh, it's not dead.
Yeah, if done quickly and efficiently, it's best. But it often fails.
Well, that's why it'd be better to whack its head off, right? So your advice sucks.
It's something about incapacitating the brain from the impact that's better. If you sever the head, you can still feel.
How do you know that?
Because I've seen chickens run around once their heads have been lopped off.
Silly person, that's not true. So, that's only because people only whack half
With my own eyes. I'm serious.
Well, I'm saying you only whack half its head off then. Well, you can say it all you want, but it's not true. You cut too high. You didn't cut there low enough on their neck. Chickens will not walk around or do anything if you whack their head off. I mean, if you only whack half their head off, well, yeah, then they'll run around.
Well, the guy put it on a piece of wood and he whacked it with an axe. I don't think he was being too precise about it.
He didn't whack it below the brainstem. I don't want to argue this with you, but I mean, they've done research on this urban legend of the chicken running around, and the only way they found that possible is you have to cut above the brainstem. Oh, he can't hear me. Oh dear. Anybody else hear me?
Yes.
This thing. Well, I guess it's your problem there, Riggy. Archie. Urgy. Monoxide, I don't know. Monoxide's kind of hard to make. I don't think there is such a thing as monoxide, actually. Double oxygen? No, that would be single oxygen. Monoxide is oxygen. yeah, that's kind of funny. Monoxide is the same as oxygen. Can't even be a side because it would be an oxygen molecule. Yeah, well, all you gotta do is burn something, you'll create it. So, gas stove will do it, but a lot of different things will suck the oxygen out of a room. Charcoal briquettes, once they're heated up, are supposed to be pretty good at creating carbon monoxide rather than dioxide. I mean, the monoxide is the one you want to try to avoid.
Everyone's going crazy.
Oh, Australian guy, go to hell and such. Hey, yeah, Wayward's doing some porn. Cool. He's porn. Well, he's doing it wrong. Whatever he's doing it wrong.
Too much head action.
Yeah, well, he's working the wrong end, really. that shit. New user. Yay. What is that? Like his foot? Nothing. Nothing doesn't seem like much of an answer. Yeah, but that was confusing. Ancient Chinese secret. Void? Is that the real void? Probably can't be the real void. It's void. Lizard man. Oh. 421.
Pleasure to talk to you, Gary. It's a pleasure to talk to you, Gary.
Oh, in a big voice, especially. It's more fun when you're talking in a kind of
Can you make out who my real identity is?
Yes, your real identity is, Buckhead. But yeah, I know who you are. You're Machine Gun.
Oh, fuck! Damn! You ruined my entry.
Yeah, oh, wow. Yeah, I think you were on the road to ruin anyway. I didn't really
Road to ruin, just take the fucking obvious.
Yes.
Sorry, man, you didn't really have an entry.
Well, it's better than yours. What's your contribution so far?
Well, I talk about chicken.
I see chickens run around with their head cut off, man. I see it. Don't tell me them chickens don't run around with their dead.
I tread carefully when I'm in here with good reason.
Yeah, well, you don't tread. What's a better word for it? You in bed, you know, you sned, glad instead against,
Squirm.
do something else, but it's not treading.
Squirm.
Anyway, it is getting almost light outside. Of course, I can have an excuse to get the fuck out of here. I'm getting tired. I don't know. I don't have to work too much today, but I have to work tomorrow. Yes, that's a good reason. Yeah. Whip out. Okay, good night, everyone. Boy, that's, thanks for the chat. I don't know if I was really doing chat. Whatever. Another word I wouldn't use much. Chat.
Hey, Gary, are you ready to do your physics talks or debate or whatever?
Well, eventually, maybe. I mean, eventually I'll force him, maybe, to have to defend his wishy-washy, mishy-mushy.
Is he still
At the moment,
Is he still a bit his daughter?
What?
Is he still a bit upset about his daughter, or has he kind of moved along? Or...
I don't know. It's the kind of thing that you're probably upset with for your whole fucking life, you freaking idiot. I mean, it's kind of a silly thing to imagine. I mean, goddamn, you know.
Or was he managed or whatever?
Well, I'm just saying, I don't know what it is managing, I don't know. I mean, obviously he wasn't in control before his daughter died, so after he's dead, yeah, he's could probably get a little whacked, but I'm just saying, yeah, it's gonna whack you for a while, but I just don't know if that's an excuse for any of his behavior. I mean, whatever that whole brief thing is. You gotta go through that little whatever, blah, 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 blah. I mean, the duplicity of him is that he's recognized to some extent the dangers of procreation, but he won't admit that they're systemic to the activity, and he's still talking as if, well, if I just did it differently, it would have been okay. 6 hours. Well, I ain't doing no 6 hours. I ain't doing, I don't know. Whatever it is, I did my 5 hours worth. Yeah, I used to be able to do this for like 7 or 8 hours, but, the conversation just hasn't been good enough. It's not, I need better arguments so I can mush through it all. And, I just don't feel very entertaining. Just tired and dismal and defeated and frustrated and irritable. And these are not very good things to be. Let me see what you did there, old fan. See if you can get a closer up of it so I can see what a mess you made.
Let me take it off the tripod first.
Oh, okay. We don't go to that trouble. You could just pick up the painting, maybe. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Okay, there's kind of mummy guy thing. Okay. Got some Jew horns on him. No pustules. Oh my. He said it was a vagina. I was making a joke before when I said it was a vagina or something. It actually is a vagina. Or a penis or something. That's pretty ironic. Oh no, that black stuff worked out pretty well. You did a good job. I thought you were making a hideous mess. That's quite adequate.
Thank you. I'm sorry my mic is still so... I can't fix it.
Yeah. Yes. Quite horribly interesting.
Thank you. I'm very out of practice, so this is the first time I've done one of these in like years, so, but thank you, I do appreciate it very much.
Yeah, I have to do some different art kind of thingies. That requires effort and work. So I seem to be able to muster any of that. I pet the kitty instead. Yes, I said Jew horns. It's one of my running jokes. Because everybody calls me a Jew bigot and all these other crazy shit, so I just, what the hell, I say Jew horns because it's funny.
Like Jew porn.
Yeah, well, whatever. That seems like even a bigger ludicrous joke. Yeah, Jew porn. Yeah. That's silly as quantum theory.
Muslim broadband.
Yes, well, let's not even get into the silly Muslims. Their snake hell.
I pretend to believe in God so people will vote for me.
No. Everybody do that. Your mic is still open. Machine ghost drunk guy. Machine drunk ghost guy. Drunk machine ghost guy. Drunk, your mic is still open. Drunk guy.
My mic is not appearing as it's open.
Well, it is nonetheless, so it doesn't matter what it appears to be.
1 second, I just...
Hey, he started an opera or something. Oh, Fan's flip camming. Oh my God, she flip cammed me. Who are you flip camming? You person, you flip camming me. I didn't give you permission to flip cam me. What are you doing, flip camming on me?
I can do whatever the hell I want.
Yeah, I love when people do that stuff. Yo, are you videoing me? Are you videoing me? Yes, you're in a public place. I'm videoing you. That's correct. It's quite an observation.
The best one is, no, they don't say you're videoing me. They say, hey, are you taking a picture of me? Are you taking a picture of me?
Yeah, I'm stealing your spirit. Yes. I'm stealing your soul and taking it home and, putting it in a pot with my fucking eye of newt.
Yeah, but people do that with all kinds of shit. Like when I used to work at Lego, I can't tell you how many people would come into the store, come up to me and go, am I in a toy store? Is this a toy store?
Yeah, well, I know, but that's like, still the number one search on Google is like Yahoo or something. It's like, whoa, you people are smart. I'm scary. I don't think I'm that. Well, I am scarier than I used to be. It's true. There's a scariness about me. But that's the way things is. Yeah, well, you can be back all you want, but I'm getting the fuck out of here. Or you'll come back and you can have a conversation with an Australian guy. Touch.
Hey, if you're leaving, I gotta be here to say goodbye.
Okay, say goodbye.
Bye, Gary.
Goodbye, wayward guy. Oh, hardy things, that's it. Hardy things. La 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 la. Okay, oh, it's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll do some Jew stuff later, then I'll do some something. Yeah. So what, they let you go to school in the middle of the night over there? They just leave the school open all night for old band to fart around in?
Yeah, there's not a single person here besides me. So, yeah, I'm allowed to be here any time, day or night that I want to be. It's pretty awesome.
Yeah, that is pretty cool. Yeah, you have the whole place to yourself. It's really nice.
Well, especially shooting the kind of videos that I plan on shooting this summer. It's definitely going to come in handy.
Yeah. It's, then you don't have people calling the police and such. Oh, that's good.
Exactly. Naked cockroach scooter drum time.
Yeah, well, I like the cockroach thing. It's probably worth it. Look like it's probably expensive time, but it's pretty fun.
Yeah, I found it dirt cheap.
Yeah, so maybe that's where I need to cost.
Tell us, hubby.
Yeah, it'll be the black color dumpy. Yeah, screw loose. Maybe something. I think I'm really good killer dumpy. But anyway, I'm tired. So anyway, yeah, I'll do better next week. I promise this time. I promise. I'll do something better, different, more organized. Won't be necessarily better. Well, I'm not gonna promise. Fuck it. No, I have to do better anyway, though. such and whatnot and so forth. You know, please don't play with razor blades in some sort of reckless and dangerous way. Let's be very careful. And stuff like that. You know? Yeah, don't do anything stupid. Oh, that's a good one. Just don't do anything stupid. Well, I don't know. Rabbi licking your penis isn't not like that's the worst thing that could happen to you. Or he's biting your foreskin off. Now that's a little bit nasty. Anyway. What was that?
Have a good night, Jerry.
Ah, that's where I was. That's where I was leaving. Thanks for the reminder. I might have forgotten. Anyway. So till the next time, such blah 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 blah. I'll do better. I'll do better. Blah 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 blah. All right. See you.
Alright, I think I'm gonna get out of here too. I'm sorry my mic is so loud, everybody, but I can't fix it. But great scene, all years, as always. So, Evilus, Wayward, Gray, Chaz, Glynos, Fly. There are probably more of you that I know, but I can't. Things are crashing. Okay, everybody, goodbye. Have a good night.
Bye.